Uh, check, 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 check. I think that's coming through now. I think that is coming through now. Okay, okay, okay. Hello, good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, depending on where you live, of course. How is everyone doing? It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber. Hello, Hussein. Hello, lurkers. Hello, soon-to-be lurkers. Hello, VOD watchers. Hello, viewers of all stripes. Hello, hello, hello. I am actually really excited for this particular stream. Uh, because this one... Let's turn this one down a little bit further. I am really excited for this stream because I am doing something different. I am doing something different than what I usually do. Usually, I like to do a hand cam stream and kind of just chat in an undirected fashion. But I wanted to try just flat out doing a lecture, really. A lecture. Hello, Terakawa. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing today, Hana? How are you doing in sunny Croatia? I wanted to try out actually showing some of the stuff that I learned in a direct fashion. People have asked about my career a lot. People have expressed interest in what I used to do, and I talk about it a lot in general terms, so I thought it would be nice to do a thing where I'm going to be giving kind of an extended lecture. You know, that's kind of the goal here. I assume that it was not sunny. That was a... I have never gotten the impression that Croatia is a particularly sunny country. Never occurred to me. Ooh, Lethal Company is very fun. Lethal Company is very fun. I will admit that I was kind of bored playing it, weirdly. Like my friends were clearly having a lot more fun than I was having. And I've wondered about maybe streaming it because maybe I'll have more fun on stream with it. It is always interesting to me which games I tend to like streaming more than I like to play more. But yes. Courage is very sunny, just not at the moment. Okay, fair enough. I'll believe you. I don't know. Maybe it's my horrible American biases at work here, but I've usually operated off of the assumption that Europe in general is a lot cloudier than North America. Maybe it's the Germans and the British. Maybe it's them. Maybe it's those Atlantic countries that have given me that impression. And I am not properly thinking about what the Mediterranean is like. Yeah, I'm very glad that Lethal Company has seen the success that it's had. I'm very, very grateful for that. I'm very happy for that because I personally find it very appealing to believe that tiny little indie companies like that making a project that's really focused on a specific thing and a humor can be very successful. I'm very pleased by that. That makes me happy. But, and I think I like that people make interesting games. I do like that people make interesting games. And again, I think it's often very funny. I think it's often very, very funny. And I think it's good when a game commits to the bit. You know, I like Sea of Thieves, for example, because Sea of Thieves is just committed to the bit. And I love that. I think that's good. Lethal Company is a video game. Lethal Company is a video game where the players are sent to collect scrap for in a kind of like space setting. Like it's in space, and you land on small planets and moons and pick up scrap and sell them back to the company. And if you do not make quota, the company just kills you. And it's a very lethal environment in general, and it's a very much a kind of horror and comedy about unsafe work environments and about abusive employers. So it's very much a story about that, and it's not much of a story, really. It's a multiplayer game, and a lot of the comedy comes from the fact that it's very easy to die, and it's very easy to accidentally kill your friends. Where's my chat element? What's going on with my chat element? What's going on with my chat element? Hold on, I'm going to go over to the live, because, see, there's the chat element there. There's chat live. Browser source. I guess this one should do. Whoa, that's way too big. That's way too big. Wee. Yeah, scrap space pickers is very good. Yes, and this is not perfect, but I'm going to, let's see about this. Height 1200. There. This is real streaming. I'm editing stuff live on camera for you folks. Something like that. There we go. That's better. Yeah, it's like I said, it's mostly a kind of. It is mostly kind of a comedy game. At the end of it, it's a horror comedy. It's very easy to die. It's very easy to accidentally get your teammates killed. You don't really get a lot of tools in game. You don't get nothing. You get some tools in game, but mostly you get better at the game by understanding the game better. I did not learn enough about the game to get past a very basic level, but I got enough that I could understand, like, oh yeah, the way that you deal with most hazards in the game is by learning about them. At an abstract level, and it's very much focused on the multiplayer. A game that I might... Oh, no, you cannot. No. It is extremely unclear how you got this job, or why this job even exists in the first place in the game. It's very... that's... Yeah, the game doesn't simulate other jobs. The game just kills you a lot. And there's apparently lore to it, I just don't know it. Some people I know actually really like the lore and storyline, and they've made a kind of compelling case for at least the idea of it, and I should probably study it, because it does sound pretty interesting from what I've heard in the broad strokes. And the person I've seen who was like the most into it was Henamimi, who's got good taste. Henamimi has good frigging taste. For saying how dissimilar... Henamimi is actually kind of interesting, because I think that she is extremely like the people I am friends with in real life. Yeah, maybe. Probably not. I have no idea what's going to happen with it, because it was like a one-man team. It was an absolute breakaway success, and I think that when you're a one-man team who suddenly comes into outrageous success, I don't know how you orient yourself based on that knowledge. I don't know what you do with yourself with that knowledge. Yeah, this is a very indie project. It does remind me a little bit of a game that I might stream. I don't know. I'm streaming less games, and I'm contemplating just like not streaming games at all in general. The one that I might stream that I really like is called Hard Space Shipbreaker, where you play an astronaut that breaks spaceships. Shipbreaking is already in real life an extremely dangerous job, and they do a version of it that is in space, and adding those hazards of, you know, vacuum and explosive decompression, that's the big one, and thrusters going out of control. In addition to the basic problems with, you know, operating as an untrained specialist around explosives on a tight deadline, that kind of thing. I liked Hard Space a lot. I played it a lot before it came out, and then I beat the whole game pretty quickly once it went into 1.0 release. Oh. Sorry. Uh, oh, 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 um, burnt myself a little bit there. Uh, but yeah, the game is not about living a good life. It is not a game about neither Hard Space nor Lethal Company are about living a good life. Yeah, yeah, no, it is. Shipbreaking is an interesting job. It's a very interesting job. It's interestingly one of those jobs that has very much a geographic focus. The vast majority of shipbreaking in the real world happens in Bangladesh, and one of those things that's kind of always noteworthy about a job like shipping is that because the nature of oceanic transport is that it's just so cheap to move things over water. It's so cheap. It's incredible how much cheaper it is to move something over the water versus other methods because of physics. Wherever you do shipbreaking is just going to be the country you can get away with it. Hard Space Shipbreaker rules. I love it. Yeah. It's an interestingly chill and stressful game. It's actually at a very good point for me. I found I played Stardew earlier this week and I just found it too not stressful. I found it too chill. Yeah, that's watch Joja. I'm increasingly feeling like most games that I like you will like. I'm increasingly feeling like the games that like really tickle my brain are generally going to be games that really tickle your brain. So that's definitely that's definitely on the list. I love that game. I love that game. It's a hell of a thing. I particularly was obsessed with it before the main game came out. Before the main game came out. Once it got into 1.0 release, I beat it pretty quickly because I was already fairly good at the game. I was already fairly good at most of the mechanics of the game. But I don't know, I sometimes think about cranking it up just to do like a bunch of races in it. I never really got into the race element of the game, but I think that would be fun. I think that racing in that, the way that they do races in that game would be fun. But also, how are you doing, Watch Doge? How is it in sunny UK? I hope that it's I hope that's a warm, sunny evening in warm, sunny like 7 p.m. in the UK right now. It would be very weird if it was, but here's still hoping. Here's still hoping. Here's still hoping. But yes. Yeah. Ooh, that didn't minimize. That's really good. That's really good. There's a victory for Linux. There's a victory for Linux. But yes, excellent. Just to your War Thunder dailies. Oof. I think it's kind of interesting that different people have different issues with forms of obsession and addiction and stuff like that. For me, it's streaks. It's streaks that get me. Streaks really get me. Really... Okay, that was pretty fast. That was pretty fast. That's good for you. Good for you. When I, like, watch streaks on Twitch, like, I need to hide them from myself or something. Like, I get wiggly about them. I'm like, I need to keep up my watch streak with so-and-so, and I get, like, competitive and weird about it. The one that's really bad is Callie Calico. Because I love Callie Calico. She's probably my favorite streamer. And she is impossible to keep up with. She is absolutely impossible to keep up with. Like electricity. War Thunder is a video game. War Thunder is a video game that Watch Doge plays, and he tells me every single time it comes up not to play War Thunder. And dailies as in things that you can do on a daily basis. That accounts towards battle pass and you're interested in this battle pass. Oof, I am sorry, my friend. The curse of a battle pass that's actually compelling. So sad, so sad. And you even mentioning that makes me think about playing, about firing up Helldivers 2. And I did not resolve my tech issues with Helldivers 2. I am still not sure quite what's going on with that, so I'm hoping it's not a security issue. I'm worried that it's a security issue because apparently I started a sub-goal, and I don't remember starting a sub-goal. I don't know who started that, unless CC did that over my head, which I don't think mods can do. I definitely did not start that. That was definitely not me who started that. So that's concerning to me. But yes, I think I've been... But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, battle passes are a bad one for me. The battle passes with the daily quests are always a bad one for me. When I was playing Apex, like, I would warp my entire gameplay around trying to accomplish all of the daily quests. Like, every single time. Like, every single day I logged in. Like, if it said shotguns, I was using shotguns until it was completed. I mean, presumably it was me, but I didn't do it, so that makes me think it was a security issue. Either that, or the only other alternative is that, like, Twitch got so annoyed at me never choosing a goal that they decided to just do it for me. I don't have an answer for that one. And the Twitch panels for that kind of thing, which I consider pretty basic, are often very inaccessible. Like, it's very... Yeah, I assume it's the latter. That's actually my most likely assumption, is they've been being like, hey man, you should choose a goal. You should choose a goal, man. Time to choose a goal. And I've just been like, I don't really care. And then they chose for me. That's what I am thinking. Yeah, I really hope it's not a security issue. I did have a security issue last week, and I don't like troubleshooting security issues, especially because I'm not, like, that good at a lot of IT stuff, so my solution for security issues is to nuke everything. So I've already nuked everything. So if I'm getting problems after having nuked everything, then I don't even know what's going on, you know. I changed passwords on everything. I scrubbed logouts on all of the machines that I thought might be in trouble. I have done a lot. It is possible in the case of Twitch. Yeah, it's true. And because of the way security issues work, where the core security issue is like the thing is, like, people who are doing security penetration on you, they don't want you to know that they're doing it. So if you find one thing, that means there's probably 10 things that you're not seeing, right? That's the usual way that works. So yeah, you should just, if you are suspicious that you've been compromised, just go crazy. Get out a piece of paper, write down all of your critical passwords there, reset all of your passwords, reinstall your OS. It's easier to just reinstall your whole OS from scratch than it is to try to root out, than it's like try to hunt these things down. You know, just burn it all. Much easier. It's just not that hard to start over, in computer terms. It's just not that hard. Maybe write down the softwares that you really like. But it'll take, like, one afternoon as opposed to, like, multiple weeks of rooting around looking for it. What we were just talking about was, Twitch added a sub-goal to my channel, a couple days ago, and I think 2 days ago, I didn't do that. That was not something I set up, and I'm not sure if that's that Twitch got annoyed with me and was just like, you need a goal. We are tired of you fooling around and having an ungoaled, having a channel that has no goals at all. We are going to make you have one. Or if or if there's somebody who got into my password. Or my one moderator did it for me. I doubt it, though. That doesn't seem like her style. Sorry, there we go. Nose a little bit stuffy. But yeah, that was kind of what we were talking about. And, like, security issues. If you do think that your passwords are compromised, it's honestly easier to just reset all of your passwords, like all of them. All of them, and, you know, write down new ones and reset them all, because you're gonna forget it. Once you reset, like, 4 passwords in one day, you're gonna start forgetting. Just reset everything, reinstall your OS. It's just easier. It's just freaking easier. It seems like there's you're going to, like, there's a part of you, and basically this is like how I grew up being taught, was I grew up being taught that, like, doing full reinstalls is really painful. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't set any goal. Well, I hit affiliate months ago, and they're like, it's time to choose a goal, and I just didn't. Yeah, I was like, nah, I don't need these. I don't need these. I know what my actual goal is: concurrent viewers. That's my actual thing. Is I actually want to increase my average concurrent viewers, and that's not one of the goals you can set. I want people to be watching me. I want people to be. I want eyes on me. I want the attention. I want the fame. So. Oh. So yeah, I want the fame, and I don't know, the other stuff. It would be nice to have subs and followers and blah blah blah, but that feels less important than making sure that I've got a good channel that I can be proud of and that people like. That's what I want. I want to be doing good work that people enjoy. And anyway, that's kind of beside the point. The security was a much more interesting question. But yeah, the security is a much more interesting question than, you know, me whining about blah blah blah. But yes, and I know that people do appreciate what I'm doing, and I'm very grateful for that. And like I said, I'm very excited for this one. I've been yapping for a bit. It's been 45 minutes on the air, so I think we can start. You know, this is, you know, class is going to be in session. So, as I've mentioned many times on stream, I used to be a professor of sociology. And it's not a good job. But people are interested in it. People find it... People think there's something interesting and fascinating about the fact that I used to have this job that, for many people who are on Twitch, they are students still. And so seeing things from the teacher's perspective, I think people find interesting. Let me know if this is good music, if this balance is good. That's kind of where I was planning on. I was planning on keeping a nice light BGM while I was going. And yeah, people find it interesting, but I don't think people often know what the heck the job actually was, or the field that I worked in. And it's really the field that I'm going to be focusing on. It's much more the field that I'm going to be focusing on than my specific career or the job, though I will talk about this. And so this is functionally me taking, like, almost 2 weeks of sociology lectures and kind of putting them into a single slideshow. And I'm gonna try to go through it all. I say about maybe 2 weeks worth of content, and that's in no small part because I was usually given 40-minute lecture slots. 40-minute to... I rarely... They're supposed to be 1 hour on paper. But they're often actually closer to 40 minutes, and realistically, I tended to schedule about 30 minutes of content for what I was doing. So, you know, that's gonna and then 3 lectures a week, so 6 lectures. So that's a couple hours, hopefully. Hopefully we cover a couple hours. I did make it a little bit more compressed because I find that you guys are much more active than my students ever were. My actual students didn't tend to ask me nearly as many questions as I hoped they would. So anyway, let's get started on this. What the heck is a sociologist? The academic discipline of studying groups of people. That's what sociology is. Sociology is this academic discipline. Not individuals, not groups of antelope, not groups of atoms, groups of people. Have a good day. That's what the dictionary says. So let's start with the hard part of this. Let's start with the hard part of this definition. The hard part of this definition is actually academic discipline. Not necessarily a lot. A jackalope could be a sociologist, but they wouldn't be the subject of sociology. Admittedly, once we had jackalopes that were studying sociology, then we'd probably study them, because the fact that the human part is actually not the important part. The person part is. The fact that people only tend to agree that humans are people is kind of upstream of that. And not necessarily a lot of people, Hussein. Sociology can study groups, can study pretty small groups. Families are a fairly common unit of study. But usually it's mostly to distinguish it from psychology. Because psychology is very individual. And there is a field of psychology called group psychology. I never studied it. I cannot tell you how they're different from sociologists or anthropologists. And I'll come back to that. But yeah, let's start with the hard part. Academic discipline. What the hell is academia? So the thing is that academia is this general term, and academia is probably best understood as an international culture that it's a culture that is shared between, honestly, in a lot of, not that different from like the Roman Catholic Church in some ways, where like a Chinese Catholic is different from a French Catholic, but they're still Catholic. And academics have a kind of similar thing, where being in academia, it's really a shared set of values and cultural norms and job functions. And I do think it's incredibly obvious and almost comical that the sociologist is looking at academia as a culture and looking at how groups of people interact with each other and how they treat each other. That's kind of how I view academia. In principle, it is a formal institution. In theory, actually, I should say, in theory, there are universities. And the fact that these universities coalesce into a broader network is an abstraction. That's definitely one way of viewing it. I think that abstraction is actually worth talking about. It's easier, I think, to think of academia as these cultural institutions. And it has the big thing, though, is that it's about pushing the boundaries of human understanding. And it's worth saying that it is professional. You know, this is not... There are hobbyist academics. Arguably, I am a hobbyist now, because I don't get paid by academic institutions to do my research. I get paid by Patreon dollars and subscriptions and ads sometimes for my academic research. I am not in a university position, blah, blah, blah. I'm not on the inside. I am a hanger-on. And that happens quite often. Especially in history. History is rife with this. There are not very many hobbyist physicists, unless you count astronomy, which sometimes counts as a different discipline. Usually not. Certainly not in America. In other countries it might. But the whole point is that there is, despite all of this, there's this big, loose, global network of people whose job is to figure out, what does humanity know as a whole? What is the sum total of all of human knowledge, what is our greatest collection of human knowledge, where are there gaps in that understanding, and how can we understand those gaps? How can we fill in those gaps? How can we push those gaps? It's very much a job. It is very, very much a job, and I'll talk more about that later. But it's also really worth understanding that academia doesn't just arrive out of its social function. It's not just that academia is just whoever happens to be doing this. It's a specific culture. And that specific culture has a history, and that history largely goes to medieval Europe. That's ultimately the draw points of academia is medieval Europe. Medieval, old. The University of Bologna. Don't ask me. I'm an American. We have a meat in America that is spelled exactly like that we call bologna. That doesn't sound right. It really does not sound right to refer to a whole city as Bologna, because we use it as a metaphor for incompetence, or for fakeness, or for weakness. Yeah, it really doesn't sound right. Yeah, I can believe that. I can believe. Yeah, that's true. That's true because they're medieval institutions, and they're medieval institutions that are intended to be transcend the limits of being state institutions. Bologna? Or Bologna? Or Bologna? I'm now lost. I've lost myself in the sauce. But yes, it's a good point to point out that the oldest modern ones were also sponsored by the Pope, and that's because, like, one of the things that kind of makes the university system function, academia function, is that it is at least notionally trans-political. Is at least notionally trans-political. That last in the Bologna sauce. All that Bologna sauce. Well, it's a way to get educated priests and theologians, but it was also a way of making sure that education and knowledge were not tightly in control of local political authorities. Because there were institutions that were institutions designed to serve whoever happened to be ruling at that moment, and those institutions did not turn into modern academia. Like the court theologians and court priests and court schools, those did not turn into modern academia. Most of those died off and did not produce an independent tradition. Unsurprisingly, institutions that are really directly beholden to local political figures turn out to not be good at basic research, is the big thing. They turn out to not be very good at doing basic research, and so they did not survive the ruthless behavior necessary for modern academic institutions. And in particular, such institutions were not... Yeah, exactly. We still kind of have some of those institutions, and there's currently there's currently a group in America that is trying to bring that back, that is trying to end modern academic institutions. Indiana and Florida are leading the charge on that. I think if people were taking my advice, I would say that Florida State University should have its accreditation revoked over what Florida has been doing. I think the Southeast Conference should have revoked the accreditation of Florida universities because of what Florida has been doing, as a way to both punish Florida and to ensure academic quality. I think that if you're going to be an accreditation institution that ensures quality, you need to be willing to exert that power. If you don't exercise your power, you lose it. and I think they're losing it right now. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit into modern politics here. Let's get back into the medieval politics. So yeah, we had these medieval institutions that were, again, notionally trans-state and transnational, and this created a lot of interesting problems. Like, there's a lot of riots that started at universities. Oxford and Cambridge are actually really infamous for, like, and when I say riots, I mean like riots that get people killed. And part of the reason why this wound up being so important is that once these are for Bologna and Oxford, it would be less obvious in pre-1100, but by the 1300s or so, the university system that has spread across Germany and France and England and Austria-Hungary. Why I say Austria-Hungary? Austria and Hungary, they'd be independent countries at this point. They had passports that were they had university-based passports and university-based legal codes that allowed scholars, that were designed to allow scholars to travel to other universities. And this turns out to be really important in the Holy Roman Empire, where there's really confusing restrictions on travel all over the place, and securing the ability to travel freely throughout the Holy Roman Empire is actually really difficult. And so that was something that universities basically got as a concession from their various feudal princes, was the ability to travel freely for academic purposes. Not generally granted, and as I think is obvious, not really well enforced, those travel restrictions, but still an important right to have on paper. And yeah, education is at least pre-human. We do have schools. We have found what are clearly Neolithic schools. But they're not academia, right? Those are not academia. And, you know, the public school system in the United States is not academia. Unless you mean public universities. But usually when we say the public school system, we mean, you know, primary and secondary school. Primary and secondary school are not part of academia. Arguably, the undergraduate programs are not part of academia. Because those are about education, primarily. They are not about research. No, yes, this is why I write down my notes in advance. So let's take a brief little look at... Let's take a brief little look at liberal arts. So liberal arts is actually a medieval term. The liberal arts is a medieval term, and it is as opposed to the ars mechanica, the mechanical arts. So the liberal arts in the original European context were, once they were established, because it took a while to establish them, and different people had different opinions, and who's really in charge, but eventually this is what was canonized as the liberal arts. Were astronomy, arithmetic, geometry, and music, and then rhetoric, grammar, and logic. So there's 7 liberal arts, and when you were studying the liberal arts, it was usually expected that you would study all of them. That you would study all 7 of those. And the value of all of this, the purpose of all of this is that the liberal arts were the arts for free men, for free peoples. And by free, they mean free from the limitations of... Yeah. Zweihanders are huge. Are huge. Impractical weapons in a lot of circumstances. There's some people who do some very cool things with Zweihanders. But the purpose of this being the distinction of the liberal arts was to distinguish them from the things that you would be willing to teach slaves. You do not teach these things to slaves. You teach these, or serfs, because they might use them in dangerous ways. The liberal arts are reserved for rulers. And here's a very medieval diagram explaining it, because the medievals are crazy. The medieval are crazy. And this is in Rustica, and it's Latin. And I have no idea. I am flying by instruments here. I cannot tell where my mouse pointer is on your guys' screen. Currently, it's on astronomy, and you've got the trivium are over here. Rhetorica, dialectica, which is another way of saying logic. Rhetoric, so how you speak to people. Rhetoric is the art and study of how to make compelling speeches, and it's a very Roman concern. We would call it communications now because we take writing way more seriously. I shouldn't say we take it more seriously. We treat it as as something you can do popularly. Whereas rhetoric is really about the question of persuading people and about like using your out loud spoken words to persuade people. And dialectica, also known as like I said, grammar. Making sure. I'm sorry, logic. Here's grammar up here. Grammatica, rhetoric, dialectica, logic. Logic is about making sure that your arguments are sound. Rhetoric is about presentation. Logic is about the underlying arguments. And grammar. Making sure that you are following the proper rules, that you understand, in particular, Latin. That you understand Latin well enough that you can read Latin books, that you can engage in Latin. A story that I was just thinking about last night that I was rereading. I was rereading Ada Palmer's introduction to Machiavelli, and she was discussing how Machiavelli was exiled, right, from Florence. He was a Florentine advisor to the prince. Well, to the Republic, and then the prince. Well, the prince kicked him out. That's a better way to put it. The Medicis exiled him to the countryside. And the way he described his life, or I should say the way Ada Palmer described him describing his life, was that he did not like his exile. He was in the Florentine countryside, and he would kind of go on walks, and he would go down to the pub, and he would listen to the farmers complain about their lives. And he found this all very boring. And then, in the evening, he would go home, and he would put on his old court finery, and sit in his study, and consult the ancient Romans. That he viewed it as a sort of conversation that he was still participating in. With, your Cicero and your Pliny and your Polybius. He definitely viewed this as a continuing discussion that was live going. And in order to have that, you have to have a very strong grasp of Latin grammar. And that's the thing that comes up a lot in Renaissance scholarship and medieval scholarship, is that sometimes you're not actually sure that your sources were that good at Latin. Like, sometimes they'll make arguments about what a Greek or Roman philosopher said, and it doesn't fit with the modern understanding, and sometimes you just eventually have to admit, like, I don't know, Petrarch or somebody made a mistake. Like, sometimes you just have to like say that, and like people find that kind of offensive, that people 600 years ago could have screwed up. But I don't think it's that weird. And then obviously, the quadrivium is much closer to your applied arts. So the trivium are very much the arts of, like, all how to make an argument. All of them are how to make an argument. Yeah, they were only human. Absolutely, absolutely. It feels insane to expect them to all be transhuman. Whereas and the quadrivium are the much more productive arts that you might call them, as opposed to these ones are just all about understanding things that you already know. These ones, grammar, rhetoric, and logic, none of those introduce new arguments to the world. Those are all kind of quality assurance checks on other things. They're not in and of themselves productive studies. Whereas, astronomy, geometry, arithmetic, and music, those are still largely analytic. It is kind of compelling at this point that astronomy is where the physical sciences are. And it's worth always knowing that astronomy in this conception is not just where stars are in the sky, but what they mean. Who's Nebuchadnezzar? Uh, Nebuchadnezzar was a Babylonian god king. He is far before this. He is like 2,000, 3,000 years before this. Uh, I do know that people say I look like him in real life, which I always think is a great compliment. Yeah, he was a Babylonian king, a warlord, right? I haven't studied the Babylonians as much as I have the earlier Sumerians, and even then, I don't tend to track kings very closely. If I'm being honest, I'm not tend to. Oh, you're asking about from my panels. Nebuchadnezzar is a game. Nebuchadnezzar is a city building game that is set in ancient Sumeria, and I just happen to like it because I like ancient Sumeria a lot. Interesting that it's spelled that way. Yeah, we've been spelling it Nebuchadnezzar in the English-speaking world for far longer than I've been alive. It's actually kind of a rare case where we actually stick to a spelling. We're actually infamous for changing spellings all the time. And it's infuriating if you study Chinese history, because we use multiple different orthography systems, and we're slowly going over towards using pinyin for everything. But yeah, it's worth talking about like what the liberal arts are in comparison to, the artes mechanicae, which is going to be your just daily life skills. So these arts mechanicae are the things that you would teach to a serf or a slave. They are the things that you would teach to a peasant woman. They are the sort of things that are the rightful domain of the laboratories, of the laboring classes. These astronomy and arithmetic and music, these are things for rulers to understand. Hunting and cooking and trading and smithing, those are things for people who are ruled to understand. That's the difference here. These are for rulers, these are for the ruled. It's a different conception of how these things go. So that's what the liberal arts are for. The liberal arts are the education to create good, effective rulers of counts and kings and priests and popes. They are not things for everybody in the medieval conception. However, we are not medievals. So the liberal arts now, this is the current set of liberal arts in general. Your life sciences, your physical sciences, mathematics, philosophy, history, and the social sciences. These are going to have different divisions depending on where you are. So at the universities that I went to, they just had 3 divisions. They just had the sciences. It's a good meme. It's a good meme. Thank you. I didn't make it, but I thought it was a pretty good one. At the universities I went to, and this might just be America, we considered history to be a social science. We considered philosophy to be a humanities. Philosophy and like all art criticism. Yeah, it really does. Yeah, it really does. The right side of my presentation, the right side of my PowerPoint slideshow. It's a meme. When you have a liberal arts degree and you're looking for a job. Guess I'll fry. There's a bit of a meme in America that liberal arts degrees are famously bad for getting jobs. It's an interesting meme, I'm not gonna lie. It's an interesting meme belief. History degrees tend to actually lifetime out-earn most engineering degrees. Mechanical engineers actually have a very hard time finding work, as a rule, in the United States. Nuclear engineer, is basically throwing away money. As far as jobs go, I don't know how. I don't know if you want to work in nuclear power. I don't know what the how you would do it, other than maybe joining the Navy. Um, petroleum engineering has a great record. Computer science degrees are really dubious. They're really dubious right now. But and yeah, so the chemistry degrees tend to still be pretty good, but like history is actually one of the better earning degrees, which is really messed up, I think. Not that it's messed up in general, I think that actually makes a lot of sense. It's messed up that the public perception is that getting a degree in history is a good way to just lose a ton of money, when getting an undergraduate degree in history is actually pretty good. I probably should have mentioned that there are more humanities than this. So like I only included philosophy among the traditional humanity, among the American humanities. I know that in the UK, history is considered a humanities. I don't know anything about the Iraqi Fine Arts Academy, I am sorry to say. Fine arts tends to be a bit of one of the things that tends to not be included in liberal arts, but sometimes it is. Performing arts is very rarely. I should be, again, saying I am talking about an American context. I don't know too much about how non-Americans do these things. I do know that, again, in America, we would almost always collapse these two together, and we'd usually include mathematics as a science. It would usually be the physical sciences, which includes life science and includes mathematics. And the social sciences would include history and philosophy, art criticism, religious studies. There's so many of them. There's so many of them would all be humanities. Literature would be a humanities. Would be a humanities study in the world that I am from. And this is in contrast, again, to engineering and professional. None of the schools that I went to had professional schools. Actually, that's not true. My graduate school did have some graduate professional schools, and there were a couple. Okay, so it was just a degree for government work. Okay. We have we use public policy is our degree for that. Public policy is not generally considered a liberal arts. Most engineering is not considered a liberal arts. So like physics is taxonomically, physics is closer to art criticism than it is to mechanical engineering. And if you've taken physics classes and taken engineering courses, it's actually kind of obvious that it is actually a physics major is more similar to a literature degree than it is to a engineering degree. Probably worse job prospects than the literature degree, if we're being completely honest. But yes, so this is kind of how we divide things up. This is definitely one division. It's not the only way you could divide things up. The point is more that we're kind of excluding the performing arts in particular. Performing arts is very much its own thing. Becoming a lawyer is kind of a different thing. Many lawyers start with liberal arts educations, but an actual law degree is not a liberal arts degree. And a lot of doctors are biologists or chemists in their initial training, and then they go into a medical school later. The medical school would not be considered a liberal art. Neither would business degrees. Business degrees are not liberal arts degrees. Medical degrees are not liberal arts degrees. So on and so forth. I will be completely honest and say a lot of the reason why I think people who are very good at school then get really mad about the job search is because many of them have spent their entire lives being people for whom grades are all they care about. That, like, grades are the thing that they care about. And if they get good enough grades, if they get good enough grades, they will be given what they want. Their ambitions will be fulfilled if they just get good grades and test well. And it turns out that outside of certain phenomena, people are not generally very impressed with being very good at tests. Which turns out to be very bad for me, because I'm very good at tests. I am very, very good at tests, and if I've had a career that was almost entirely based in tests, and I could probably go back into another career that would be based on my test scores, and I would do pretty well. I just, I am hoping that I can make a go of this and be an artist, so to speak, because having your entire life be defined by being good at one skill that you picked up when you were 12 years old is a pretty depressing life. It's pretty bleak. Uh, so yes, I mentioned this before, but not all classrooms are academia. And there's kind of two big reasons for that. A big one here is tradition. That there is a cultural tradition that academia has, that professors have, that academia has, where the beliefs about what it means to be a good academic, the beliefs about how you are supposed to behave with each other and how you're supposed to treat each other and whose work is important and what are the standards for evidence and argument, all of that are big things in academia. And they're specific to academia. They are specific to academia. They are often very American-centric. I don't talk about this a lot in this slideshow, but the modern academic world is centered on America. Much more so than even the global financial markets. More so than the global financial markets, more so than almost anything other than, like, turbine production. Academia is centered on the United States in the same way that Hollywood is centered on, and almost to the extent that Hollywood specifically, not movies in general, but like Hollywood specifically. People who do academia in other countries do almost all of their work in English. This has produced some very funny results. I remember doing some big literature surveys on polymers. I did some research on polymers, and the best writers I could find were Lithuanian. The Lithuanian writers had much better English than the American ones. And that's because of the way that, like, what the cultural norms were in that particular subfield of polymer research. Where everybody in that field of polymer research was trying to do commercial. They would publish in a traditional way in order to drum up interest and to demonstrate clout and veracity, but they didn't want people to actually understand what they were writing very well. They wanted it to be very difficult to access so that other people couldn't read it. And the Lithuanians were less well acquainted with that, or they were just, like, themselves interested in the subject and not trying to go to market. And so the Lithuanian papers were very well written. Yeah. I did that. You know, I was involved in some polymer research back when I was trying to be a chemist, and yeah, we wrote in a very obtuse way. We wrote in a very obscure and obtuse way because we didn't want it to be too. We didn't want somebody to be able to figure out the commercial parts of our product. We wanted them to understand specific things that we were doing, but we didn't want them to be able to reverse engineer other things that we were doing. We wanted to keep some of it under wraps and some of it revealed. And this wound up leading to us writing like absolute idiots. We wrote like absolute jackasses. And that happens a lot in chemistry because there's a lot of commercial interest. Doesn't happen very often in physics. When physics writing is hard because physics is hard. Physics is conceptually hard, and the fields of physics that are very robust for publishing. Yeah, it was a trade secret thing. Exactly. The fields of physics that are still, like, productive and that people are still researching a lot are pretty much all parts where it's breaking your brain to even think about conceptually. Like solid state. Solid state is a real headache. Like, just thinking about solid state physics is a real... Like, the current research in solid state physics is all conceptually very nauseating to deal with. And so that means that people didn't work on it in the past, and now that means that's where the good stuff to study is. Because you're always trying to study new stuff. Because again, academia is about research. Academia is about research, and it's about pushing knowledge. And this diagram is really useful. This diagram is very, very useful for understanding how academics see the world and how they fit themselves into the world. So I'm going to spend some time on it. I'm really going to take my time with this particular diagram because I find this diagram really interesting and cool. So this black circle out here, this big black circle, that is physics. I haven't seen that. The newest transistors. Oh wait, hold on. Is that the germanium transistor stuff? Because that stuff was crazy. Yeah, you recognize this diagram. Yeah. For the people who haven't done any academic work, this diagram. So, this black circle is meant to represent all of human knowledge. All of human knowledge. And this white area is the stuff you don't know. So the white stuff out here is stuff that nobody knows. And the white stuff in here is the stuff that people know, but you don't know. And so you go, as a child, you learn your basics. And that's actually a lot of stuff. You learn a lot of stuff when you're a baby. Babies are absolute information sponges. They're incredible at absorbing information. Babies learn a lot. And through childhood, you learn your really basic skills that can just be expected of living in your local culture. That's the blue. And then green is when you are going into like your secondary and even arguably primary school. This is your formal education that is expected in your society, is the green. The formal education you're just expected to know is your actual is the things that you learn in most school. Literature rules. Literature. I have no beef with the literary people. I actually did. My work was actually closer to literature in a lot of ways. I did do some scientific work, but I was very bad at it, and the less said about it, the better. Very embarrassing for everyone involved. And this pink is your college education. You know, this is your college education, and you can see that you start to specialize. You know, this is your major. Is this bulbous bump out here? Is this major? And there's these redder things that represent... Once you get past this pink and you get into this darker pink and into the red, this is your actual, for real, no shit, graduate work. Is this lance that gets narrower and narrower as it gets to the limits of human understanding. And then you can see that there's this black line, and your thesis, in the original conception of this diagram is your thesis, but I would say everything you do as a researcher, all that you are hunting for as a researcher is this little blip. This little blip up here. Just breaking out past the black line and into the unknown to everyone knowledge. I mean, that is different from America. That is different from America. Our best scientific degree granting institutions are not scientific specialty schools. The American academic system is very built around doing a high degree of generalization up until graduate school. And then the graduate schools are just good at being graduate schools. They're not good at specific things as a rule. There are exceptions. There are exceptions, but usually they're in reverse. Usually there are exceptions in reverse. Harvard, for example, is generally considered the best school at most things. Harvard business degrees are so bad that they have a negative expected earning. It's actually fairly common to see job postings that say, we want somebody with a business degree that is not from Harvard. Or, you know, requirements, Masters of Business Administration, comma, Harvard doesn't count. Or Harvard MBAs do not count. Which is remarkable, because, like, that means that a Rutgers or a University of Michigan the non-Ann Arbor, Michigan, or University of Kansas. Those ones all count as business degrees that are better than the Harvard business degree. I find that very interesting. University of Chicago is a really contentious one where their economics department is considered extremely good if you are also at a University of Chicago trained economist. And if you are an economist trained at any other school, it is considered very subpar. The School of Chicago's economics department is considered very subpar by general economic standards. But by the standards of... But the Chicago School of Economics has been extremely effective at proselytizing their beliefs about economics to non-economists. And so they're still very good at getting jobs in non-academic contexts. They're still very... A Chicago economics degree is still very good for getting a job in government, in particular, or a job at a think tank, which are non-independent. That's the difference. Like, universities are very independent. Think tanks are generally not very independent. They'll often say they're independent, but you can just say whatever. You know, you can just say whatever, and there's no consequences. Who's going to stop you? Really? There's no cop on the word independent. You know, you can call a Marvel movie independent if you really want to. Who's going to stop you? But yes, so the thing is, like, when society at large, when American culture at large, or French culture at large, think about what universities are for, they think they're for teaching people. They think that the goal of the university system, of the academic system, is to teach people. And it's not. The goal of the academic system is not to teach people, it's to expand knowledge. The research is the actual goal, the education is secondary. The reason why the education needs to be done at the university is because that's where, in the current system, we have put our eggs in the basket such that if you want to learn anything past what we consider secondary school, past past what we call high school in our system, what I think is generally called secondary school. We call it secondary school. I think that's more internationally common. Past like the age of 18 level stuff. It's only people who have university degrees who know how to teach those things at all. And even then, you need a university degree in general to teach at the high school or even elementary school levels. But again, that's all like cost of pushing things. The purpose of an education department, education is a type of degree. It is a type of university degree that you can get. You can get a master's in education, or a master's even in early childhood education, which is a very tough specialty. Do not look down on the elementary school teachers. They have a much harder job than I ever had. Elementary school teaching is really hard. The purpose of those departments is not to produce elementary school teachers. The purpose of those is to enhance the entire world understanding of how to most effectively and efficiently teach young children. That's the purpose of it. The purpose is not to do the teaching or to train teachers. It is to study the art, the craft, and the science of teaching. And you cannot get new researchers if you don't teach people. Academia used to rely on hobbyist enthusiasts. It used to rely on just whoever was interested in the field getting into it. That's like how things were working in the 18th and 19th centuries. The demand for labor in academia could not keep up with that. And a lot of why the US has become, not just why US is the preeminent academic power, but a lot of why the US is such an outsized economic power is because they were an early adopter of the mindset that if you want to have scientists, if you want to have physicists, you can't just count on aristocrats getting bored and deciding that physics problems are interesting. They were very, very early, very aggressive adopters in, teaching is a skill. teaching is a skill. I think I'm better at teaching than the average academic was when I was still in academia, because I started teaching when I was very young. I was first put in front of a classroom when I was like 14, so I've been teaching for a long time. I don't think I'm great, to be honest. I think I'm substantially better than average, but I don't think I'm a miracle worker. I think I just do a fairly good job. But it's very much a hard skill, and I definitely knew a lot of people who understood a lot of incredibly complicated physics concepts, incredibly complicated sociological concepts, and were awful when you put them in front of a lecture hall. They were awful at it. It's very much it's a very specialized skill. It's very difficult. I'd like to think so. I'd like to think so, and that's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to engage those teaching muscles a little bit more. I would like to think that I'm teaching here, and yes, so yeah, America was a very early adopter of this model of, if you want physicists, you can't just passively accept people who are interested in it. You need to go out into the world and create institutions and create structures that will pay people to become physicists, that will pay people to become historians and sociologists and anthropologists and economists and chemists and biologists. And because America was an early adopter in this, not only we wound up having an enormous amount of influence over all future academia to the current day. We might lose it. I don't want to be clear. I don't think this is set in stone, but the trajectory for the last 100 years has been a continuous shifting of academic power to the US. And most other people are adopting our institutions, but one of the things that is very important to note here is that few academics are hard nationalists about their academia. They are loyal to academia first and their country second. Or at least their loyalty to their country does not manifest as a form of separatism. There's not generally a like there are some people, there are a few. There are not very many though. There are not very many. I can think of a Turkish scholar. I can't pronounce Turkish, so I'm not going to try. Who is like evil Durkheim, who is trying to argue that like sociology is the study of Turkish nationalism. And there are attempts in, say, North Korea and such to kind of create their own independent academic works, but like the People's Republic of China doesn't have an independent academia of American academia. Those are not independent institutions. They are the same institution. It's the same transnational institution. It just happens that a lot of them happen to be in the U.S., and the U.S. happens to wield outsized power in the field, for better or for worse. But yes, research. Peer review. Peer review. Peer review is a process that is one of those things that is simple but difficult. To quote from Clausewitz, everything is simple, the simplest thing is hard. That's what peer review is like. Peer review is not actually that difficult to understand at a basic level. And I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. I probably should have included a thing about what publication is. Academics are sustained by publication as the process. The process of publication is the lifeblood of an academic career. It is the lifeblood of academia itself. It is the oxygen-carrying blood cells of academia is the published paper, are published papers. And papers are published by, and this is going to really tell you how this is an American thing. Academic papers are published by for-profit journals. For-profit. Academic journals are for-profit. They are not associated with individual institutions. They are for-profit. Nature and Science are for-profit corporations. Or rather, they're owned by a for-profit corporation. But they are run for the purpose of making a profit. Extremely American moment, yes. Extremely American moment. Especially, and the part that makes it especially American is that the professors are not generally themselves working on a for-profit basis, and a lot of why these journals function is because they're not paying the professors based on the performance of their... I believe so, yeah. Yeah, Elsevier, for those... WatchDoge has a lot of common knowledge with me. Elsevier is an extraordinarily evil corporation on the spectrum of things. Not in the sense that they get a lot of people killed, though I'm sure they've gotten quite a few people killed. But in the sense that what they're doing just feels like cartoonishly, stupidly evil and just harms everyone in a really stupid, petty way. They're a publishing house that owns a lot of academic journals, and they come down like a fucking hammer on people trying to do more public academic work. And there's actually a really interesting part of this where, technically speaking, if you publish with Elsevier, Elsevier now actually owns your paper. Even if you are the author, Elsevier now actually owns your paper. And that's not super unusual. I publish as a magazine, and it's part of our contract that we give our authors that we own the paper that they publish with us. That we have exclusive publishing rights for their paper. It's usually time limited, though. We usually just have a year or two. Yeah, you are. It's usually a time limited thing. We usually have like I think our standard's a year. That for the first year after we accept it that we publish it, only we can publish and reproduce it. And then after that, you can do whatever you want with it. But in academia, like my magazine, we charge people $30 a year for a subscription for unlimited access. $30 a year, you get unlimited access. That's what I was going to get to, WatchDoge. You're bogarting me. You're jumping on me. And now I feel like I'm really a professor again. Now I feel like I'm really a professor where my students are predicting what I'm going to say. Which yes, that is the big thing. Is that so for our magazine, we do retain the distribution rights, and because we only charge $30, we charge $30 a year for unlimited access to everything, because we are on generally friendly terms with all of our authors. Our authors have honored this. They might be sharing it with like friends and family on a very personal basis, but they're not distributing it particularly widely. Or if they are, then we haven't found them doing so. But we have generally very positive relations with our authors, and that's much more the norm in journalism. Is that excuse me, you get published with like the New Yorker or something, and it's just considered kind of like, yeah, they paid you. You know, they paid you a fair amount for work. They paid you for your work, and so they paid you for the work, and they got a product from you. And the whole purpose of that product is that they are the ones with commercial distribution rights. The thing about publishing in academia is that you don't get paid for it. You don't get paid for it, and the companies that own the publishing houses have such a bad track record of treating authors badly that it's much more culturally acceptable in academia to just hand over your papers to anybody who asks you directly. If you get an email from a random scholar in another country, you just give them the paper. Like, who cares? Who cares? Like, Elsevier might be pissy about it, but they're not your boss. They're just some assholes. And what are they going to do about that? Are they going to blacklist you? If Nature blacklists you, like, that's worse for Nature than it is for you. You know, that's going to Streisand affect you into being a huge deal. So, they don't do that kind of thing. It's and frankly, Elsevier, I think, understands, and other academic publishing houses understand that they are pushing their luck. That they are, that the thing that they are, the actual work that they are profiting off of, they're not paying for. They're not actually, somebody else is paying. Elsevier is a company that owns a lot of academic publications. They're a holding company. They're not a direct publishing house. You would never pick up like Elsevier magazine. I don't remember exactly who they own, but they own many academic journals, and they're very, very litigious about copyright. Elsevier are in the intellectual property battles that have been going across the last 30 years, really the piracy fight. In the fight over piracy, Elsevier is perhaps the most villainous. They are the bad guys in the question of preservation. Like, even like people talk about like Disney and Nintendo being bad for preservation, but that's just because those are things that are more visible. That Nintendo games and Disney products are more visible. I personally am of this somewhat self-serving opinion that hiding an entertainment product is pretty bad, but suppressing knowledge that is life-saving, which is what Elsevier does. Libgen.rs. Don't quote me on that. Libgen.rs is the good guys. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, I'm not doing an academic journal. I'm not an academic journal. Oh no, it's not like Elsevier journals are not like $100. No. They're thousands. They're thousands a year. Well, maybe 200. Yeah, Sci-Hub, Sci-Hub are the good guys. Libgen are the good guys. I will not say them again because that one might actually. That's actually a much bigger deal than most things you can say on Twitch. I'm not gonna say them again. They're publishers. They're publishers. They're very, very valuable. Oh, and archive.org. Archive.org is also the good guys. Archive.org is the good guys. But yeah, I think that what Elsevier does, which is restrict access of frequently life-saving knowledge. Yep. That's good. That's good professor work. I actually remember very distinctly in one class I had, there were a bunch of readings that were assigned from a book. And I mean a book. I don't mean a book in the abstract sense. I mean a book in the sense of there was one physical copy in the library. And we are all expected to share it. And what the professor told us to do on the first day was to set up a schedule amongst ourselves on who can read the book and make photocopies. We should coordinate together to make photocopies on our own time, and do this like a big kind of collective problem. And so, I got out of lecture and I went down to the library, and I found this book. I found that book, and I took out the syllabus. And I went over to the scanner, and I scanned every single assigned reading for the entire semester in one afternoon. And then at the second day of class, I, at the end of the class, he was like, does anybody have anything else they want to say? And I said, oh yeah, guys. I got all of the readings, and I made them into a zip file, and I'm going to email everybody after class, if that's all okay with everybody. And the professor, I remember the look of panic on my professor's face, and he was like, you can't let me know this! I remember him grabbing his head and being like, no, you can't tell me this! Like, I did not hear this, I was not present, I was out of the room when you said this. Yeah, nobody knows how to hate American traditions like Americans. But yeah, I remember this guy being like, no! You can't let me know! But yes, so that's a big part about publishing, is that you have to publish with these for-profit journals, and these I really should have made a slide for this. Wow, because this is a complicated topic. It's a big topic. It's the lifeblood of academia is publishing, and the way that it kind of works is you write a paper, and you submit it to the journal, and then the journal tells you what the hell is wrong with you. These are the only margin settings we accept. And then you go, okay, fine, and you adjust your margin settings. And then they go, and you send it back to them, and they go, what the hell is wrong with you? We center our titles, we don't left justify them. And you go, and then you do that, and you send it back in. And you do that like 10 times. And then one of my history professors sent me a bunch of historical research. Yeah, Cambridge history books are pretty good. And yeah, no, I mean, actually, Hana, what you just said, like, that's generally considered pretty de rigueur. What I did was illegal. What I did was fully illegal because I was making copies and distributing a book that we didn't have the rights to. Yep. All of those are true, Hussein. All of those are true. And the thing is, again, like, the publishing system is so stupid and abusive and delegitimized that the companies that run it are all kind of just accepting that they don't want to push their luck. That's really the gist of it. They're all kind of just accepting that they don't want to push their luck, so they just let it go. And yeah, so you write this and then you send it to Nature. If you're really hot shit, you send it to Nature or Science, or, you know, if you're in my field, it would be like the Journal of Media Studies in West Africa, or something like that. You know, you usually they're much smaller. Or like Philology Quarterly, or Cinema and Knowledge. I'm just making up random journal titles at this point. I think some of these are not real. And you send it in, and then the journal sends it to other academics. This is the real trick. The journal sends it to other academics. And hold on, I lost track of a window here. There we go. The journal sends it to at least 2 other academics, usually 3. Usually 3 academics, and it's those 3 academics read your paper, and they submit comments on it, on whether or not they think that your paper was good enough for publication, and what needs to be fixed. That's important. What needs to be fixed. They're called your reviewers, and they're anonymous, and they are also unpaid. This is the part, like, the reviewing process is the really hard part, and Elsevier and so on, they do not pay for it. Elsevier pays for distribution and printing and blah, blah, blah. And they pay for their editors. They do pay their editors. But they do not pay their reviewers, and they do not pay the authors. Which is some real bull hockey, and is exactly the reason why most academics are a lot less respectful of what Elsevier wants to do than people in other fields. So, like journalists. Journalists have a reputation for being like rebellious and hard to work with, but I've honestly found them pretty easy. I found them fairly easy. Academics have been a pain in the neck to work with, by contrast. And so this I put up some things about some stuff that I think are pretty fun. There's a wide going meme that, again, they anonymize who the reviewers are, but they give them titles. They call them, you know, Reviewer 1, Reviewer 2, Reviewer 3. Reviewer 2 is infamously always the bad guy. It's very much a reputation that Reviewer 2, whoever gets designation Reviewer 2 is out for blood. That's, you know, Reviewer 1 likes what you did, but Reviewer 2 is like, you didn't cite this obscure work. A very funny tweet that came up recently was that a guy got a reviewer to comment that was, Have you considered this work by Scholar X? Scholar X was the author. Like, have you considered this work that you yourself published 10 years ago? Why are you not citing yourself from 10 years ago, was basically what Reviewer 2 was saying. It is worth noting that it's enough of a meme that people have studied it independently as its own phenomena. And it's probably... Yes, they do. The reviewer knows the name and title of the article. Usually, I think. I was. I don't know if that's abnormal in other fields, because it's very hard not to. It's very hard not to figure it out. Particularly in smaller fields, it's very easy to figure out who's who. But the reviewers are anonymized. Reviewers are anonymized, the author is not. And I think this is a system that I think is unsustainable, if I'm being completely honest. I think it's just fully unsustainable because reviewing takes time. Reviewing takes time, reviewing takes effort, and you get very little out of it. The reviewer gets very, very little out of it. And they have very little incentive other than guilt to do a good job on reviewing. I mean, if you said your name was Optimus Prime on the author byline, if they said that, they would know. If you didn't, they wouldn't. But they would understand whatever was on your byline. And it is worth noting that Reviewer 2 is not actually out for blood. Yeah, guilt and principle, exactly. Yeah, guilt and or principle. And what that means is that in actual practical terms, actual academics have little incentive to do reviews, and they have an incentive to shirk doing reviewing, which points towards a trajectory where the most successful academics are the ones who do not review. I mean, if you want to publish under a nom de plume, you can use whatever nom de plume you want. I've published under a nom de plume a couple times just because I was publishing so much that it was looking annoying, or I was publishing something that didn't fit the brand of other stuff I had published, and I didn't want the two things associated. People do that a lot. It's entirely probable that some of the fan fiction authors that you read that write absolutely pornographic stuff are also, like, physics professors, and they just don't want the name associated. But yeah, Reviewer 2 has an infamous reputation for being cruel and unusual, and I mean, I might do it. I might publish under Almantas, one day. One day. That would be really funny. That would be very funny. I might do that someday. I'd be a little bit nervous about it because Almantas is a very ethnic name for an ethnicity I'm not a part of, and I know people who'd get mad about that. But that's a small thing. I don't know. There is actual stuff in my day job that I might publish about VTubing. Like, to be honest, I wouldn't publish about my specific experiences as Almantas, but I might publish some things about, like, the economics of VTubing. It's possible. Hello, Malern. Hello, Malern. It is good to see you. It is good to see you. I would do the whole welcoming spiel for you, but you've seen me around. You and I know each other, so I am cool with just being like, hello, Malern. Welcome in. Welcome in. It is good to have you here. It is good to have you here. It is good to have you here. I enjoy having members of the Hosterians joining me. And yes. It's always funny to see that teachers, professors, etc. have ultimate. Absolutely. And I mean, you know, it's one of those things that is always very funny is that the author of 50 Shades of Grey started as 50 Shades of Grey started as a fanfic, but the author of 50 Shades of Grey was already an extremely established publisher. She hadn't published her own work before, but she was an extremely established person in the literary world before she wrote 50 Shades of Grey, which is like some of the most profane smut out there. And I don't know specifically what the writing backgrounds of various authors are, but I am... If the author of... some of the authors in Katawa Shoujo, because they had like 6 main authors, at least 2 of those people, if they are not writing literature, they should be. They are that good. One of them definitely isn't. One of them is definitely a lot worse than the others. The other 5. Oh yeah, no, she was not. No, she was a bad author. she was a badly behaved author. Yep. She plagiarized a lot of Draco Hermione. She's very bad at editing. She did not edit her own work very well. Terrible to work with on set by all accounts. Like a nightmare on set. Which I think is interesting. But yes, turns out that, though, that reviewer number 2 is not actually meaningfully harsher. That's what this chart is like, when it's easier to find constellations than it is to find, like, a linear trend. Like, yeah. Actually, here's reviewer 2. Reviewer 2 is actually slightly more generous than reviewer 1. And as you can see, the clustering is such that, like, you see very few reviewers at, like, these huge numbers. Oh, yeah! Yeah. No, Malern, you are absolutely right. I actually was talking about this a little bit earlier. I may as well go back. Why not? I remember working in... Very briefly, I did some very brief chemistry. And I worked for a private company, and we were trying to publish some of our work. And the thing is, like, when you're trying to publish work that has commercial purposes, you are trying to get the publication so that you have the prestige associated with having gotten published. But you don't want to let people know that much about what you wrote. What you actually discovered. You want them to know certain things, but you don't want them to know other things. Because they're trade secrets, right? But you can't really just come out and... You can kind of say, like, oh, this is proprietary, but you need to be kind of sparing with that. So, the people in this field, would just write, like... Their writing was awful. And the best writers in the field were all Lithuanians. I remember reading, like, dozens of American and French and Lebanese papers. I was publishing in English because it's chemistry. Dozens of these papers from Germany and Belgium and Japan, and they were just awful to read, like horrible to read. I have a really high tolerance for dry writing, and these were nightmares. And I get to the Lithuanians, and the Lithuanians are actually explaining what the hell they're doing, and I was kind of wondering if the Lithuanians were, like, not understanding that culturally you're supposed to write like a jackass. Like, I did kind of wonder about that. Yes, this process of peer review, of having other academics say that your work is good enough, this is the core thing about being an academic. This is the core thing. The thing about being an academic. So, what the fuck is all this? So, in theory, yeah, it is wild. It is wild. You know, communication is not always communication. Communication is often about deception and about what you don't say. You know, it's like jazz. What you don't say is as important as what you do say. So, all academics fundamentally have the same job. You learn a bunch of stuff. You look around and you go, huh. You are supposed to sound impartial, but it's not just that. You can sound impartial without sounding super dry. I would actually say my best skill as a writer is that I can do the opposite, which is I can write dry in a very partial way. That's where I tend to find I have produced my best work, is when I am writing stuff that looks very dry but is actually really, really polemical. It's a very fun trick to do, and I think it's very funny. But I'm also a jerk, so maybe don't listen to me. I'm certainly not writing fiction. I will say that. Do not look to me for fiction advice. Do not look to me for fiction advice. I do not know how to write fiction. I say this almost every stream. People like to write fiction. They want to know how to write fiction. I do not know how to write fiction. Please do not ask me how to write fiction. It is not happening. I don't know how to write fiction. Please don't ask. I will not be able to give you good advice. My advice, if you want to learn how to write fiction, is to ask somebody else. Ask somebody who's good at writing fiction. I mean, it's a skill. It's a different style of writing. So, yeah, the way that academics do this is the theory. Nice. The theory of being an academic is that you learn a bunch of stuff. That you learn as much as you can about whatever your topic is. You learn a ton and stuff. You notice something weird, and then you dig into it until something new pops out. And so I've mentioned this before. I am currently doing research on heterosexual couples. I'm currently doing research on the heterosexual dating market. That's my current field, my current main topic. And what has happened is that I like reading relationship advice columns, and I like reading demographic information, and I like reading Bureau of Labor Statistics tables. And I was noticing that a lot of people were talking about how it's so ask Hannah. Ask Hannah, find a mentor, read Steering the Craft by Ursula K. Le Guin. That's a very good writing book. I used it for nonfiction, but she was a fiction writer and it was intended for fiction writers. It's just good enough that it worked for nonfiction for me. So that's what I would say. So you're studying a bunch of stuff, and then I noticed something weird. The weird thing I noticed was that people in the 21st century in America do not seem to treat marriage and children and the reproduction of the nuclear family as likely to happen. And I didn't find this interesting when people talk about it in the sense of like queer people or people who just don't want to have children. I thought it was weird that people who wanted heterosexual relationships with children were not finding them and were miserable. That was weird to me. Like, I believe in general that romance is hard and that finding a really potent romantic relationship is very difficult and always has been. I do think it's weird that after thousands of years of having a system that's pretty steady, to some extent or another, at getting heterosexual people to hook up with each other, it is falling apart. And specifically that people are unhappy about it. That, like, people aren't managing to solve it on their own. That, I thought, that's what I think is really interesting. I have not completed step 3. I am still digging in. I have some ideas. I would not feel comfortable publishing them at this point because I want them to be things that I can point to real hard data on. I want to be able to point to really hard data on them, and I want to make sure that my arguments are sound. I have noted it many times. Yes, I have noticed it. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you haven't missed too much of the lecture. Yes! Oh my goodness, that was a fascinating thing to learn. I need to write that down somewhere. That was a really fascinating thing to learn. I'm just going to take a brief divergence into talking about my research here. Ronin Hosteria revealed last night on stream that... well, this is not the revelation. She used to date women a lot. She is currently not dating anybody and is not on the market. But when she was trying to find a life partner, a lot of who she was looking at were bisexual women. And she found that many of the women that she went on dates with were extremely closed off and non-interactive on the first date. Yeah, what she found was she found that a lot of the women she was going on dates with would really not bring anything to the table. Like, and I don't mean in the sense that like being good. I mean in the sense of being like open and having anything to say. Like it would be like, oh, so like what do you do? I'll get there. I'll get there. I'll get there. Emperor's Armpits. I actually think Ronan's hypothesis is pretty good. I would want to study it a little bit more because this is a new one by me. Because I've been studying more the men's side of things, and she would go on these dates with a woman, and the woman would. I mean, you can keep on chatting. I'm just letting you know that I'm going to respond to it eventually, not right now. She'd be talking to she'd go on a date with a woman, and she would be carrying like 90+% of the conversation. She would be carrying like 99% of the conversation. Like she would go on this date, and this woman would be like, "Oh, I just kind of like watch Netflix, and like I don't really have any hobbies, and I just like do nothing." And like she was just struggling to try to have a conversation with these poor women. And she noticed that it was primarily bisexual women, not lesbians. She did not feel like lesbians had this problem. And her hypothesis, and I think it's a good hypothesis. I don't know how I would test it or how I would check it, but I think it's a good hypothesis, is that the way that straight dating works in the United States, well, she's Canadian, but Canada's so culturally similar to us. We have so much cultural cross-pollination that it feels justifiable to talk about them as similar. And she used to live in the U.S. anyway. She might have been in the U.S. at the time. That in the American-Canadian mating system, the expectation is very much that men are pursuers. And particularly on dating apps, it's very much the expectation that women just kind of passively wait for men to come to them. And this means that men have to be in a constant arms race of being more and more aggressive and more one-upsmanshipy in a spiral of, because the women are not making any moves. Women don't make any moves because every man is messaging like a dozen women. And so women's job in the dating system, in this dating market, is to be judges. They have a job in this dating system, which is to be judges, and the men's job is to be performers. That's kind of the way it's structured on dating apps. And she thinks that these bisexual women were largely dating men, and they had gotten acculturated to this as a norm. They had gotten used to this norm. Yeah, yeah, and Pagliacci, Pagliacci is out of town. Yeah, that the men are the performers and the women are the judges, and so the women don't bring anything. The women don't interact during the date; they just judge. They just watch and evaluate what the man is doing. It's the man's job to put on a show for the woman. And then they would bring this norm to their dates with other women. And I didn't mention it at the time, but I should. I might mention it in her Discord after I get off stream. There's actually a very interesting term from biology called lesbian sheep. Lesbian sheep is a very interesting little story that I do not know if it's true or if it's apocryphal. It was relayed to me by a biologist, and it could have just been a joke. So I be clear here, I don't know if this showed up in any real articles. The lesbian sheep thing is that researchers noticed that there was a lot of male-male sex among sheep. There's obviously a lot of male-female sex among sheep, and there's a lot of male-male sex among sheep. But they were seeing very little evidence of female-female sex among sheep. And they were wondering about this. It doesn't feel intuitive to a biologist. It does not feel biologically intuitive that there would be categorically higher sex drive among one sex of a species. That's not like adaptive. That's a maladaptive trait, right? Um, Usually the species will average out to about the same sex drive across all members, regardless of sex, just because that's how sexual reproduction works. Uh, so I found it very weird that they were not finding, like, they were finding very few female sheep having sex with other female sheep. And then it occurred to them that the communication method that female sheep use, when female sheep want to signal that they want to have sex, what they do is they stand stock still. Is that they like freeze. That's their method of sexual presentation, is they just stand very still. Which to us, as the type of mammal we are, as primates, that seems weird. To us, that seems like a fear reaction, right? We assume that freezing is primarily a fear reaction. And it means something very different. But for sheep, their fear reaction is obviously to bleat and to run. Okay, have a good night, Hussein. Have a good night, Hussein. Have a good night. Sleep well, sleep well. It is late o'clock for you. It is pretty late for you. Yes, that's, that with, but with sheep, they're grazers, right? They're ruminants. They have to be eating all the time because that's what it is to be a ruminant. They are either... Yeah, you do know what I'm talking about. Yeah, they have to be eating constantly. And so the way that sheep would signal to other female sheep that they wanted to have sex was they would both just stand stock still and not move and not do anything. Because that's the way that they would signal sexual interest. And that's what both of them were doing, and it doesn't involve either of them actually initiating anything. And so nothing actually happened. They just kind of stared at each other. I think that's very funny. But yes, going back to what Ronan was saying about humans. I think that she's got a pretty good hypothesis. That there are bisexual women who, they learn a dating strategy, and that dating strategy is probably not good for dating men, but it's really bad for dating women. It's catastrophically bad for dating other women. It's just bad for dating other men, but it's catastrophically bad for dating other women. I will say that one of my general hypotheses is that a lot of the norms and knowledge that people trade around how to do dating in the modern world, I think a lot of the advice is bad. That's what I think is going on, to be honest. I think a lot of the things that people are learning as ideal strategies are bad strategies. And this actually leans into a book that I read recently that was, I thought, very useful, called Make Your Move by John Berger. John Berger is great. John Berger had this really great book called Dateonomics, and then he wrote Make Your Move. And Make Your Move was an advice book for straight women. And the core of his advice was, stop listening to the assholes who are telling you to do less. The people who are telling you as a woman, the people who are telling women to be quiet and retiring and that they are chasing men off by being too interested in them, those people are liars. Those people are liars. They don't know what they're talking about. They are trying to make you smaller. They are trying to reduce who you are as a person. They are trying to keep you weak and obedient and docile. And if you are the type of woman who feels comfortable making the first move, you should do it. You should not listen to the people telling you to not do that. You should do it. Because there are men who want that. And we are currently... The whole, like... I find it so interesting that, like, this was the advice that I would see swirling around, was women were told, play hard to get, don't make the first move, don't show interest, and this is probably a sign that this is probably an early sign that I was probably not really that interested in this whole thing. If somebody wasn't like super enthusiastic about continuing to see me, I just found somebody else. Like, if I like went on a date with somebody and it seemed like they were playing hard to get with me, I didn't parse that as them, quote, playing hard to get. I parsed that as them being bored. And I left. Like, I just didn't message them again. That was how I did that. And there's probably quite a few people out there who are wondering why the hell I never called them back. There are probably quite a few people being like, what the hell? I thought that went well. I thought we were going to have a second date. And I was like, I thought that person was bored. I didn't think they had a good time. I should find somebody who's actually enthusiastic about spending time with me. And yeah, that's where I'm currently at. That's kind of my big thing, is I think that sociologically, the strategies that are surviving in the dating advice world are the maladaptive strategies. And I think no small part of that is because the people who follow good strategies stop dating. I think the people who stay in the dating game are the people who are following bad advice, and they perpetuate that bad advice. I have a whole thing about this, particularly with regards to the manosphere type of dating stuff, but that is all for another day, and for later publication. Anyway. Yeah. I mean, I've been single for like 10 years. I just find it academically interesting. I find the straights academically interesting. Yes, exactly, Malern. I think that there's a survivor bias going on. I think this is a question of survivor bias. That is my big theory. That's my big going theory right now, is that there's a big question of survivor bias in dating strategies. The dating strategies that are actually successful get bred out of the dating pool because they are successful. That's my thought. And of course, I am very much a sociologist of bureaucracy, and so I tend to view things through the lens of institutional failures and institutional incentives. Those are my big things. Those are my big things. But anyway, I haven't actually answered the question about what the hell sociology is. So let's keep going. This is my big guide to, this is my simplest, most straightforward guide to what is sociology. This is the simplest answer to it. Is academia is this broad institution that covers the whole world. Academia is divided into divisions. Divisions like the social sciences, the physical sciences, the humanities. Those are divided into disciplines. And sociology is a discipline. And I've listed some examples of schools and subdisciplines. This is not a comprehensive list at all. There are many, many, many more inside sociology. And I'll talk about some of them. Bureaucracy is a huge one. Mafia studies is a really fascinating world right now that I need to get more into. I really need to get more into. I've not read too much actual mafia studies directly, but it's been incredibly useful to a lot of historians, so they're clearly doing good work. Like, I remember a specialist in Hatshepsut, the ancient Egyptian queen. She was like, oh yeah, the most important book for me was this mafia studies book. Like, other than actual Egyptian sources, the only political science, the only sociology that made sense was the mafia studies guys. That was the best description of how the Egyptian priesthood works, was like a mafia. And as Roman historians have been very fond of noting, the Roman Empire very much worked as a mafia in a lot of ways. Like the legitimate Roman government was very mafia-esque, particularly within Rome itself. But yeah, this is my core. What is sociology? It is a discipline of the social sciences. So what the hell does that mean? Sociology disciplines are fuzzy as hell. That's the big thing. The sociology disciplines are very, very fuzzy. They're very, very messy. It's already bad enough in the physical sciences. The line between physics and chemistry is actually very messy. You can think in your head, you can be like, Oh yeah, but physicists study like photons and like stars and stuff, and chemists study things that you can put in beakers, and those things feel pretty canonically physics or chemistry. But the big question is there's this whole field of physical chemistry and chemical physics, which is like, how do atoms behave when you're down to like 5 atoms? How do atoms behave when you're down to like 5 atoms? How do colors result from bond angles? That one's actually very well understood. I used to be able to do that one very quickly and readily. That one's actually very well understood. Is the relationship between bond angles and colors. Uh, it's very cool. But like that stuff, like I had to learn quantum physics. I had to learn modern physics to do quantum in order to do chemistry problems. And at that point, like, it feels very messy. Like, how much is this chemistry? How much is this physics? Social sciences get way messier. And again, this is largely about tradition. This is largely about tradition. And so sociology tends to study wealthy urban areas, tends to use surveys. Participant observation is a very important concept in anthropology. Participant observation is when you go to an area and you live like and among the people you're studying, and that's part of your data. And that's, in normal scientific settings, that's considered pretty bad. If anthropology was trying to do double-blind studies, which anthropology as a discipline is generally not, generally double-blind studies are just not part of their toolkit in the anthropology world. A participant observation study is awful. It's completely worthless. Because, again, the observer is a participant. It's not a double-blind study at all. But that's not generally what anthropologists are trying to do. Anthropologists are generally trying to collect lots of novel data on understudied peoples. So anthropologists do a lot of participant observation because that's very critical. A lot of why it's very critical is because it's hard for people to trust you. It's hard for people to trust you if you don't seem like one of them. And so you kind of have to act like the people you're among, or else they won't treat you like a real person that they can talk to. So it becomes very important there. Sociologists don't tend to do this as often because they are much more frequently studying societies and groups that are really, that are used to specialization, that are used to the concept of a person asking them surveys, that are used to the concept of being interviewed by a person who's not like them. And so sociologists don't have to do as much work on that. And the division between sociology and anthropology is often bullshit. Bluntly, I'm going to be completely honest. There's methodological differences a little bit, but a lot of it's just bullshit. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of it's just bullshit. I did enough anthropology that I taught anthropology courses, in addition to sociology courses. I could teach anthropology courses because if you are studying McDonald's workers in Pennsylvania, you're very much a sociologist. If you are studying shamanistic rituals in Tibet, you are very much an anthropologist. If you are studying Native American tribes on the reservations, you are an anthropologist. If you are studying a Native American tribe on an urban reservation, of which there are many, particularly in Minneapolis, that's more confusing. If you are studying the Khoisan in South Africa, you're almost certainly an anthropologist. If you are studying white South Africans in Cape Town, you're a sociologist. If you are studying Khoisan people who are living in Cape Town, then it gets messier. This is why I kind of like left this map the way it is. I didn't do my field research in any of the green countries. In general, the assumption is that if you are studying in one of the green countries, you are doing sociology, and if you're studying in one of the gray countries, and note that I did actually have Greenland different from Denmark, that was on purpose. If you're studying in one of the gray areas, you're doing anthropology. But it's messy. It's very messy, and it's bullshit. It's really nonsense. Like there's a clear sense that if you are studying really under, if you're studying Stony, it's a really condescending thing, right? It's really condescending. It's really racist. I do not like the division. If you're studying, traditional people, if you're studying tribal people, if you're studying our ancestors who just happen to somehow be alive today, and you're not treating them as presently alive people, people tend to assume that's more anthropological than it is sociological. Sociology is like bureaucratic and hard and quantitative and urban and scientific, and anthropology is adventurous and primal, and it's a bullshit division. It's a bullshit division. Very much. There's very much that. It is very much that. Very much developed versus developing kind of thing. I honestly considered using a map of just first world versus third world. I really did consider doing that. Of just using like first world. If you're doing first world studies, first world or second world, you are studying sociology. If you're doing third world, it's anthropology. I really did consider that, but I didn't like any of the maps, so I made a bespoke map. In no small part because a lot of these maps tended to be weird about Japan and South Korea, which are almost always considered more sociological subjects than anthropological subjects. If you're studying the Ainu, that's anthropology. But if you're studying Tokyo, that's sociology. It's extremely sociology. And I do have some anthropology books from China, but like, as China has become urbanized and developed, they've been showing up in sociology areas. The same studies have been becoming sociology studies when they used to be anthropology studies. There's definitely a very frustrating thing where anthropology is treated as condescending, and I think this is a maltreatment of the anthropologists. But a lot of anthropologists do have a history of being very condescending. There's a very famous paper from the 60s, I think, about the Nasirema peoples. And it talks about the Nasirema peoples, and one of the obsessive institutions of the Nasirema is their use of shamans for treating their teeth. They're very obsessed with the health and cleanliness of their teeth, and they regularly go through very painful processes of having surgery on their teeth to expel evil spirits. And it's very, very unambiguous from the paper that they just spelled America backwards. The Nasirima are Americans, and it's just it's just using the same condescending anthropological language to describe how Americans go to the dentist, to show that this is condescending bullshit language. Like, this is not a fair way of treating people. But yeah, again, I did enough sociology that I did enough things that were anthropology adjacent that I could teach anthropology classes, even though what I actually studied was pretty clearly sociology. And that's kind of how this discipline works. And again, the other disciplines are going to be like your economics and psychology. There is a field of group psychology. I never studied it in any meaningful way. I do not know how they really differ from sociologists, particularly small group sociologists. I don't really know what's going on there. Yeah, old prejudices do not disappear. They don't. They get really complicated. They get really, really complicated, and they don't just disappear. I would say. History is always with us, is what I would really say. I would say that history is always with us. We never truly escape the past. The past always continues to haunt us. I hate that hauntology is such a cool word, and the actual basic works of hauntology are actually all really boring. Uh, but I would say the past always continues to haunt us. That we are always and forever going to live with the weight of the entirety of history behind us. And that isn't to say that it's not worth trying to make things better. I know that people will hear that and they'll be like very fatalistic. Yeah, yep, 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 yep. Sorry, sorry, sorry. This is not a map that I am defending morally. This is a map of what I notice other people seem to be. This is the map of what I perceive academic biases to be, and there is a very there's a very disturbing tendency um, to treat South Africa as completely categorically different from every other African country. And man, my graphic designer is South African. I talk with South Africans a lot these days. Uh, you have to be a real fucking jackass to think that South Africa is primarily a European country that just happens to be located in Africa. You have to be a real jackass for that. It's an African country that happens to have a bunch of white people in it. Is what it really is. I'm actually going to say something. I'm going to talk about something that just very briefly that I think Watch Doge will find really interesting, which is that I have seen quite often a video game perception that the South African military is exceptionally good. This is for Watch Doge out here. I'm getting into Cold War military history. There's often a perception that the South African military is a uniquely good African military, that other African militaries are poorly disciplined and poorly managed and cannot do not do stand-up fights. They just do guerrilla warfare. They cannot do stand-up fights. They do not know how to integrate and do combined arms. And South Africa is seen as the exception to that. South Africa's war record against other African countries is awful. They perform horribly by the standards of African militaries. The only African military from the Cold War era that I'm confident is worse is the Zairian military, modern Democratic Republic of the Congo. Because that military, holy crap, that's a bad military. Libya, I haven't studied very much. I am thinking about sub-Saharan Africa. Because I don't... Does South Africa ever fight Libya? I know how South Africa performed against Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Namibia, and Angola. And all of those countries whipped the crap out of South Africa. All of those countries beat the tar out of South Africa. They were all better pilots. They were all better tankers. They were all better at artillery than South Africa. Consistently. The Zimbabwean Air Force was much... I don't know about right now. I don't want to say about right now, because Zimbabwe's had a hard couple of decades. But the Zimbabwean Air Force was much better than the South African Air Force. Angolan and Namibian tankers were much better than South African tankers. Mozambican and Angolan and Namibian infantry were all much better than South African infantry. I just think it's really interesting that because we just kind of assume that because they're like this white country that not even white country, it's only like less than 10% white. They're uniquely better, and they're actually uniquely worse. They're actually uniquely worse, and I don't think they never, to my knowledge, went up against like Rwanda or Burundi, and I wonder if there would still be a South Africa if they tried to go to war with Rwanda. I genuinely wonder if South Africa would still be an independent country if they tried that. Because the Rwandans are really fucking good at war. For the last 30 years. The Rwandans have been extremely good at warfare over the last 30 years. But yeah, so it's this condescending thing. It's this condescending thing based in race, based in theories of wealth and class, and I don't like it. I could believe that. I could believe that. I could absolutely believe that. Yeah. Yeah, Rwanda is not good at warfare because of their domestic arms industry. I'm not going to give any particular credit to their domestic arms industry. It is their infantry training regimen is extraordinary, though. And their diplomacy game is insane. Their diplomacy is a part of warfare. The Rwandans are incredibly good for it. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, Watch Doge knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, the like, South Africa has to be better at warfare. It's like, no, they're not. They're not. They're actually a very dysfunctional country because of apartheid. Apartheid made them very dysfunctional. Uh, but yeah, unfortunately, this map is evil. Unfortunately, so I'm going to talk about stuff that's actually interesting. I'm going to talk about stuff that I actually find really interesting for a while. These slides will probably take me the most. These couple of slides. I've been looking forward to this. This is the part I've been looking forward to. Is the big theories. I want to talk about the big theories in sociology. This is like week 2 sociology lecture that I love. So functionalism is one of the really big theories. It's most associated with a French Jew named Emile Durkheim. And the core question in functionalism, also sometimes called structuralism and structural functionalism, was when you ask the question, why does this happen? Right? This is a normal question to ask. Why do people in Hong Kong get married at McDonald's? Right? That's a pretty normal question to ask. Yeah, Durkheim's great. Not my favorite, but I think he's pretty good. Why Durkheim was asking, why do people commit suicide? Why are Jewish communities? He was a Jew. He came from a French Jewish community. Why is the community I grew up with, this Jewish community I grew up with, why do they do all these things so differently from the Christians that I'm surrounded with? I grew up as a Jew in a Jewish ghetto, and we did all these things differently. Why did we do them so differently than most French people? And in functionalism, when you're asking that question of why, very reasonable question to ask, there are 2 ways you can answer it. One of them, the most obvious one to most social scientists, is to go for a historical answer. You go for the historical answer. So Jews do this because of a decision made by Cardinal Richelieu or Napoleon III, or as a result of something that happened, blah, blah, blah. That's why French Jews are this way, is because of this series of events, this chain of events, where certain behaviors were prohibited and certain behaviors were encouraged. And certain behaviors went extinct and certain behaviors didn't. That's the historical explanation. Functionalism is not asking why it happened as a causal chain, it's asking why it continues to happen. Why does it continue to happen, and why does it seem like it might continue to happen in the future? Which is to say, which he put as the social function. What is the social function of this behavior? So, you know, why do Americans continue? Why does the American tax system suck so much? We are in tax season for Americans. It is a nightmare for us. We hate it. We're mad about it all the time. What is going on with that? And so the historical explanation for that is that America did not have annual income tax until World War I. We established our regular federal income tax in World War I, so it's a very recent invention. Yes, exactly. That's what functionalism is about. If you don't mind me asking, Malern, because I've talked with you a little bit through the Ronin chat, like what's your educational background? Just out of pure curiosity, like what's your like what are you generally interested in? Like, Watch Doge, I know, is like a Cold War military kind of guy. Hana's kind of literary, into like literature. Hussein's obviously into like into his type of literature. Emperor's Armpits is a historian of a sort, and also a jock. Much love for Emperor's Armpits. So I'm just kind of curious. I'm just always kind of curious because I like learning these things about people. I like meeting people. I like learning about them. If you don't want to answer, of course, obviously, you know, I'm being like overly conversational and not the normal parasocial thing where I pretend to not really be care. Poli-sci and healthcare Okay, so I was actually going to bring up. And are you American or are you from another country? Because I did American healthcare work for a while. I did American healthcare work on the in Medicaid. I worked in Medicaid for a while. Um, Canada. Okay, okay. So that's actually going to be one of the places where the American and Canadian differences are the most pronounced. Of all of the differences between America and Canada, I think that one might be the most pronounced. Uh, as I mentioned on Ronan's chat last night, I am 60 plus hours into trying to fix my health insurance. Uh, into antiquity and literature? Yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah, thank you, Hannah. I didn't know all of that. I do feel like I forgot about the antiquities thing. I do feel like you've mentioned it before. The antiquities has been an area of interest to you. Um, and if Asim comes in here, Asim's got an interest in Bronze Age history that's very cool. Uh, okay, yeah, you're a poli-sci and healthcare researcher. Okay, so yeah, so in the case of America, why? Let's actually talk about healthcare in America briefly. So American healthcare is really weird. It's surreal. It is very difficult to explain to people anywhere else on the planet. Uh, you've probably all heard of it, but so you go to the hospital, right? You get sick, and you go to the hospital, and a doctor takes care of you, and then you get a bill for treatment. And depending on what insurance you carry, that's going to change what that bill looks like. And there is a dizzying array of insurances that Americans have to tolerate. There's a dizzying kaleidoscope of American insurances that all have different rules. They have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of different rules. Each individual company will typically have 2 to 3 dozen different plans that are all state specific. They'll have different plans for every state, and each of those plans will have rules like we will only pay if you go to these hospitals, right? So if you go to the wrong hospital, you can get hit with a bill for $2,000, $10,000, $100,000. Depending on what's happened, on top of what you would normally be charged. So that's one type of plan, or it could be a type of plan where they'll only pay a percentage of it rather than paying a certain amount. And many plans will only start paying out after you've paid a certain amount of money. And so, why the hell do we have this? Why do we have this? Why do we tolerate this system? Why this system is hideously inefficient? Hideously inefficient. The number I remember, this is an old number. This is from about 2008 was when I heard this number, but it's really stuck in my head. Yeah, I'm getting to the hot profits. The number I remember from about 2008 was that the average American medical doctor spends 50% of their total labor hours on insurance paperwork. I will reiterate that. The average American doctor circa 2008 was spending as much time on filling out paperwork for insurance companies as they spent on treating patients, hospital administration, continuing education combined. So if you're wondering why healthcare in America is so fucking expensive, it's because we've created so much additional labor for our doctors and our nurses that you go to the doctor for 15 minutes and they have to fill out 45 minutes of paperwork. That's what's happening. You're actually paying for an hour of doctor time. And so historically, we can come up with a reason why this happened. We can come up with a historical explanation that, this is the system that arose out of blah, 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 something, something, 1945, blah, 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 something, 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 World War II, blah, blah, blah. something something Scottish tontines, crap like that. We can come up with an explanation rooted in history. Uh, and so that's all there. But then you kind of have to ask, like, what actually happens to Americans? What actually happens to Americans as a result of this? What are the actual social things that Americans as people experience because of this? And one of the most important ones that Americans experience as a result of this is that it because the main source of healthcare is your employer, because of the way insurance works in general. If you purchase a large group plan of insurance, it's cheaper. Hello, evil Constantine. Uh, did not help to announce yourself there, but I will pretend that you are not late. I will pretend that you are not late. You actually got to the fun part anyway. I'm talking about functionalism. I'm talking about the big theories in sociology. This is just a brief overview. I might do a later lecture where I talk more in depth about this. But the yeah. So what is the social function of this? Why does this happen? And in America, the way that you purchase insurance is much cheaper for a corporate employer with at least 100 employees to purchase insurance on a per unit basis than it is for an individual. And it works out such that when you're buying insurance in bulk, you are basically paying that's a better way to compensate your employee than to give them wages. That's a better compensation. Is to cover their insurance, because you could give them an extra $20,000 a year to buy their own insurance on the marketplace, or you could provide it yourself, and you can get $20,000 of total compensation for like $3,000. So it's very efficient for employers to provide health insurance. And that's the main way Americans get health insurance. And what this means is that this is the dominant thing that Americans worry about when they think about losing their job. It is by far and away the primary thing that Americans think about when losing their job. And so what our private health insurance system functions to do in our society is reduce labor mobility. That's what actually happens. That is the biggest thing that happens, is that it reduces labor mobility and reduces entrepreneurship in our country. And depending on who you are in this country, that can be a good thing. That can be a good thing, depending on who you are. If you are an employer, this is a great thing. This is a great thing. This is why people. This is what keeps people sticking to their desk until they die, is that they don't want to give up their health insurance. And so that's the social function here, is that it has a disciplining social function. The other major social function is not just big profits. As Malern says, yeah, there's big profits to be made in this. But we tamp down on profitable industries all the time. A very big one, a very obvious one is we, as a country, like a long time ago, this has not been true for a very long time. I noticed that. Meanwhile, general, though not full health insurance here, basically I don't pay for most things, and if I'm employed, I get extra insurance by default. If they change that, Hana, by contrast, my health insurance as an independent person, I live in New York City. I just want to remind people, I live in New York City, a famously expensive city to live in. 50% of my monthly budget is health insurance. My health insurance costs more than my groceries and rent combined. And it's not even particularly good. like that's just like to keep me. That's like fairly minimal. So that's a huge point of contrast there. And yes, in the case of, so like, what are we doing with health insurance in America? It keeps workers from quitting their jobs. And it's not just that it makes profits, but that the health insurance industry itself, independent of the healthcare industry, is a major employer. That's a major employer. And to me, the outstanding part is that like we have been willing to, as a country, shut down things that are profitable for small groups at the expense of the large groups. A very famous example is that a long time ago, we used to have private roadways. It used to be a thing where private, I hesitate to call them companies because they're a little primitive for that, private organizations would own stretches of road and would block them from people who did not pay tolls. And we do currently have toll roads, but the toll roads are all owned by the country. They're all state or municipal or federal. But they're all publicly owned, and so those are set, the tolls are set by the government at pretty low prices. They are not set at prices determined by what the market will bear. They are prices set by what is necessary for road maintenance. And that's hugely different. That is hugely different. And because we found it intolerable, the effect of having private roadways is so bad for every other type of commerce. It has such a huge negative effect on the entire economy that we were willing to shut it down with violent force. So it's a huge difference. And so it's not just that somebody's making a profit off of it. It's that they are pirating off of the public well in such a way that it doesn't destroy us. That like it's something that it's like within the tolerances that we have accepted as a country. And there's an argument to be made that the cultural norms in America have drifted over the centuries, and behaviors, levels of racketeering and profiteering that would have been acceptable now would not have been acceptable 200 years ago. But it's kind of hard to say that because, good lord, people got away with some nonsense back in the day. Uh, and so, yeah. And Durkheim has a very good example of using this analytic lens. Is, deviance. Why do you accept deviant behaviors in a community? And he was British. He was French. I'm sorry. He was a French Jew, and so this was obviously important to him because French Jews are deviant in a primarily Catholic country. And so why are Jews tolerated in France? And so one explanation is that the very action of the state enforcing behaviors and enforcing normal versus deviance is itself a way of enforcing not just identity, but of reminding people of who's in charge. It both creates in-groups and out-groups, which are valuable for social cohesion, but also reminds people who's in charge and reifies power. But also, an important part of particularly Jewish people in pre-modern France, this was not as true when he was around, was that because Jews were not really allowed to participate in a lot of parts of economic life, and they were allowed to do things that Christians were not allowed to do, this created ways in which French society could complete tasks that were unappealing to the broader social norms, and thus made French society more flexible and more able to do things. And so when the norms around usury were changed in Catholicism, that meant that French society did not have to develop new concepts of loans and banking and stuff all overnight. They could just kind of take the Jewish jobs and just give them to Christians. So not necessarily good for the Jews, to be honest. But Durkheim was not talking about what was good for the Jews. He was talking about what was good for society. So yeah, functionalism is... I find functionalism very useful because it really cuts through a lot of bullshit. It allows you to get to some really nitty-gritty stuff very quickly with not a lot of fuss. And I think that's very compelling and very useful. And let's keep on going. Marxism. Oof. Oof. Something that I would generally not want to talk about on stream, but I am more committed to giving you guys an honest and real appraisal of what academia is like than I am to pretending to be the cool, totally apolitical streamer. Marxism is an important concept in sociology. There are Marxist sociologists, there are Marxist anthropologists, there are Marxist historians. They are a very normal, very mundane part of academic life. This is not magical, this is not special, these are not crazy rebels on the outskirts of society. These are guys with day jobs. These are guys who put on a suit and tie and show up to the office and teach people sociology. They may want you to think that they're rebels, but that's just because it makes them seem cool. They are just guys. So the main thing that makes it Marxism is the centering of class conflict. And without getting too much into what Marx actually wrote, because I could be here for years and people would still tell me I was wrong. It is not possible. This is my hot take on Marxism. It is not possible in the English language to explain Marxism without somebody yelling at you for being wrong about it. There's no possible way to do it. It's really fucking annoying. It's why I didn't really like engaging with it very much, but it is still very important, so I can't pretend that it doesn't exist and still feel like I am doing honest accounting. Oh my goodness, I don't think that helps. I'm going to be completely blunt. My experience with Marxists is that, admittedly, this is because of where I did my work. Marxism in India and Nepal is a completely different animal from Marxism in America and Europe. It's a completely different process and study. It is only superficially related. I found Indian Marxism pretty comprehensible, even though it is also in English largely. I have found the fact that academic Marxists spend 99% of their effort pedantically correcting each other to be a real indictment of the field. Sorry, I'm already getting mad about this in an unproductive way. I'm trying to be productive and useful and just honest here, as opposed to advocating for the things I believe. So, Marxism is what kind of makes Marxism stand out is it centers class conflict and material needs. That the way that the Marxist conception of the world is, as Emperor's Armpits alluded to, it's a reverse Hegelianism. In Hegelianism, the people have ideas. There are ideas and narratives, and those become reality. People act their ideas out, and those become real. Yeah, it's very much like that, Malern. It's very much like that. I'm sure that you, in your research, run into a lot of Marxists. I am sure you run into a lot of Marxists, and I am sure they are profoundly annoying in healthcare research. I cannot imagine they're not incredibly annoying. Hold on, I am grabbing my midstream smoothie, my traditional stream smoothie. Yeah, I can only imagine that they're just unbearable. And so what this is actually kind of interesting, because people hear the term postmodernism. Marxists are the only modernist around. Yeah. Marxists are kind of the only modernists still around. Every other modernist ideology has basically died. So when people talk about postmodernism, what they're actually referring, if you are being strict, if you are using postmodernism in the sense that academics understand the term postmodernism, there are postmodernists and there are Marxists, and that's it. Nobody else is a modernist other than the Marxists. Marxism is this theory that people live in classes, right? That people live in classes, and your class is determined by the term they use is relationship to the means of production. That's the complicated term for it. That the world is made, that there's tools and methodologies and land and factories and relationships and laws, and all of that combined is the means of production. And the relationship that Marx himself was the most concerned about was the ways in which the words he used, these words are miserable, bourgeoisie and proletariat related to the means of production. And the basic gist is that the bourgeoisie, which is a unnecessarily fancy term, it's derived from the French for burger. I don't know. I hate with bourgeoisie when he's writing in English, and he could have used the burgers. Well, I mean, I know why. I know what he was doing. I just think he's. I don't like Marx as a writer. Uh, I like Marx as a theorist. Okay, I do not like the Marxists that I meet on a daily basis very much. Uh, I like Marx as a theorist, all right. I do not like him as a writer. I don't think he's the worst writer I've ever read, but I do think he's a worse writer than he needed to be. Uh, I think he often creates terms of art and then doesn't use them. Like he'll create a new term of art and then he'll just use somebody else's version of it. A lot. So the relationship that Marx in specific was really, yeah. No, I mean we get it in English via German. It is a German word that we have adopted into English, and for us it means city dweller. Only that when we are in a medieval context, we are using burghers to mean people who live in cities, as opposed to peasants. Uh, so the people who live in cities and are doing like big merchant stuff in cities, your gardeners, as opposed to your farmers, your blacksmiths, those are burghers in the medieval concept of things. And within medieval class conflict, the burghers are a really problematic group of people for everybody else. They're extremely important. Everybody needs them. Nobody likes them. It's a pretty interesting. The medieval system is very interesting on that front. But yes, the way that Marx conceived of it is that the people who own the means of production, the bourgeoisie, do very little work and collect almost all of the earnings off of the capitalism. That's his structure of capitalism. There's a proletariat who own nothing but labor. The only thing that proletarians can do is sell their labor for wages, and the bourgeoisie collect the surplus value. That's the fancy term for it. You know, you show up to work, right? Yeah. So means of production is the Marxist term for kind of the whole set of how things get done in society. And so the main one is the tools. That's the big one. Who owns the tools? Who owns the factories? Who owns the land? But also who has access to the legal system? Who has the ability to manipulate the legal system? Who does the law favor in property disputes? And again, it's the relationship to the means of production. And it is not strictly the case that in every society, one group of people owns the means of production and another people operate the means of production. This is what Marx described as his idealized version of the British economy circa 1850. Was that in the British economy circa 1850, the means of production, mostly the factories, that's the big one. The big one is the factories, but also the land the factories are built on, the right to sell things. That's a very important part of it. Having real access to legal redress for wrongs. Those are all owned by the bourgeoisie, and the proletarians do not own any of it. That is his concept. And so you show up to work as a proletariat, right? And you show up to you go to the knife factory and you're making knives. And in a given day, you make $1,000 worth of knives, right? $10,000. Let's call it $10,000. You are on the factory, and the total contribution of your work is $10,000 to what the company's bottom line is. You contribute $10,000, and you get paid. And you get paid $1,000 for that. The other $9,000 gets collected by the bourgeoisie. It is worth noting that the uh, not all of that goes straight in. That's called the surplus value. Um, well, okay, that's part of the surplus value. So you get there's $1,000 goes to you, $9,000 goes to the factory owner. The factory owner also has to spend some of that money on stuff like maintaining the tools and buying materials for you to make knives out of, and shipping to stores and stuff like that, right? Maybe advertising. But so there's a cost of doing business. They have to pay for the cost of doing business. They have to pay you. And then anything left over from that is the surplus value. And the Marxist conception is that the bourgeoisie's ability to capture that surplus value means that they will continue to decrease the wages of laborers until the laborers are only just barely able to afford a living. That the proletarians will get paid the absolute bare minimum to survive, and the bourgeoisie will pocket the rest. And in Marx, this is what Marx is writing in Capital. The he was writing about a very he was writing economics theory. He was writing an economics theory that eventually the need to compete with other capitalists, the capitalists need to compete with other capitalists. The bourgeoisie are in constant competition with each other. And the only way, eventually, they'll need to cut costs in order to compete with each other. And they'll eventually, slowly, at some point, cut costs so small that the proletarians will not even be paid enough to live. And then all of a sudden, you have a situation where the majority of people in your society do not have any buy-in to the thing that makes the society function. And then you have a revolution. That's the Marxist theory. But the important part here for sociologists is this question of what is the relationship to the means of production? What is that? And that's how people are defined, right? Is how do people relate to that means of production? Um, and so I'm a streamer, right? I'm a streamer, and in theory, I get paid out by Twitch. I get my viewers give money to me. I will probably make an edited version of this. Okay, see you later, Malern. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you had a good time. And did yeah, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Are my alerts working? I missed it very quickly. Did my alerts work? Yes, don't. That's where I was going. Exactly. That's where I was going with all of this. Is that so? Let's say you buy a subscription, right? Let's say you buy a subscription to me for 1 month. You give $5, $5 dues to me, or rather to Twitch. You give $5 dues to Twitch. Oh, we're doing small Montas now. We're doing small Montas now. We're doing small Montas now. Let's find ViatoTube. One day I'll set up hotkeys for this, but I'll probably leave that for when I get a live 2D model working. So, you give $5 to Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Bezos gives me $2.5 out of those $5, and the other $2.5 go to server maintenance, right? Because these servers are not freaking cheap. This is not. I'm actually kind of the opinion this is not a very good business model for Amazon. They go to server maintenance. They go to trying to convince Mr. Beast to become a Twitch superstar and abandon YouTube. They go to marketing to promote the basic concept of streaming. They go to databases, server maintenance, staff pay, all these other things. And I get $2.5 after all of that. In theory. That's the theory, at least. And that's the relationship that we have to the means of production. Is that Mr. Bezos does very little work. I doubt Mr. Bezos has spent more than 2 seconds thinking about Twitch in his entire life. I doubt that he has spent more than a second on this topic. And because he doesn't care. He's too busy getting jacked and destroying his body with hormone injections that are probably not healthy and above board, uh, and trying to build spaceships because he's very unoriginal and can only imitate Elon Musk, which is really depressing. I can come up with a million different ways. If Bezos wanted to be famous and beloved and secure his legacy, I can come up with much better ways than space travel. I can come up with much, much better ways. But he's a very uncreative individual, so this is what he's doing. And the so that's his relationship, is that he is a rentier. As Emperor's Armpits just said, he's a rentier. He just sits there and collects it. And then there's managers, and they have conflicting relationships with it. And I am at the level where all I can do is stop streaming. That's really all I can do. I can stop streaming, I can stream, or I can not stream. Those are my options. I can stream or not stream. And I could try to convince you guys to give me more money. I could beg, I could borrow, I could do a subathon, I could do a monetization drive. I've got options for what I could do to try to monetize you guys more. And then that's part of the reason why it's structured this way, right? Is that I am not wholly helpless. I don't just get the money for just doing the work. I get the money for bringing the money to Bezos. That's my relationship here, is that my relationship is that I need to encourage, if I want to make money here, I need to do things that make money for Twitch directly. And so the health and success of Twitch is something that I have a vested interest in. And that's a deliberate design. And this creates a weird class structure where Twitch is not, Twitch is not, again, more so than in a traditional business, I have a vested interest in Twitch's success. And that creates a sort of ownership mentality, and that means that though there's an obvious conflict between me and Mr. Bezos, because Mr. Bezos isn't doing any goddamn work and he's taking half my goddamn paycheck. He's also not taking 100% of my paycheck, and his wealth kind of becomes my wealth, or at least the wealth of Twitch in specific becomes my wealth. So I have a sort of contradictory location with this relationship. And yeah, that's a kind of weird example, right? That us VTubers and streamers are the root cause of wealth here. Or not really the root cause. We're the laborers here. The root cause of wealth is the audience. The audience is the actual root cause of wealth. Because Twitch has not been successful at advertising. As an advertising platform, it has not succeeded. It relies on donations and bits and stuff like that. And so it dies without those. It will die eventually without those. And so you guys in the audience are the thing that we need. You are the real resource. You are the real cash flow. And so there's an alignment between me and Bezos, and there's a conflict between me and Bezos. There's an alignment because he provides the platform, and the things that make me successful make him successful. And this is also part of the reason why there was that weird tamp down a couple months ago that caused a lot of hot water over advertising, over sponsored streams, because sponsored streams make money for the streamer, but they don't make money for Twitch, right? So when Twitch implemented a bunch of guidelines that reduced the amount of space you could give on screen to sponsors, that was a way of trying to drive streamers away from revenue streams that are not productive for Twitch, but are productive for streamers. And that's also probably part of why Twitch Partner Plus exists, is that though Twitch Partner Plus costs money for Twitch, like they lose money on that, obviously. It's a revenue split that is better for streamers than what previously existed. But it discourages people from relying more on Patreon and Ko-fi and sponsorships. because those give us better splits. You know, Ko-fi and Patreon and so on. And so yeah, that's hmm, that's a lot of it. And yeah, so do people have questions about this one? Because this one's kind of complicated, and I feel like I was a little bit rambly. So do people have questions about Marx before I move on to the next one? I'm gonna call that good. I'm gonna call that good. I can revisit this later. Because I'm very much trying to run this like a classroom. You know, you guys can ask. You guys have been better. You guys have been better participants than any of my students ever were. So thank you for that. Not that any. I'm not gonna lie. The prisoners were really good. Sorry, I can't lie. The prisoners are really good. But the college students, yeah, the college students are eh. So interpretive sociology is not the usual term for it, but interpretive sociology is this really comes from Max Weber, uh, and it's this really kind of complicated dialectic. I'm now I'm using Marxist terms even though I don't need to. Um, it's this really kind of complicated process. I'm not even using them right. Oh, my head. This is really kind of complicated process that he came up with, where he was trying to figure out various problems in German society because he was a 19th century German, eventually 20th century German, but 19th and 20th century German, and Germany was a very young country. Oh yeah, no, I think my students were often interested. I don't know what I can say about Croatian schools, but in American schools, it's often like students often feel worried that they're going to embarrass themselves if they ask questions of the teacher, uh, and so they feel very discouraged from asking questions, which drives the teachers insane. Uh, yeah, we definitely have a social norm in America that like it's almost like rude to ask the teacher. It's like for the students, it's like a faux pas to ask the teachers a question, even though from the teacher's perspective, it's the number one thing they want. I figured as much. I figured that was. I don't actually know where that comes from. I don't want to say that that's like an American original that we export. I don't actually know where it comes from. It could have come. It could have come from Croatia, and but the Americans somehow picked it up from Croatia for all I know. Uh, so who knows? Who freaking knows? But yeah, so Weber kind of turned things around, and he looked at this and said, "Well, society is made of humans. Society is made of human beings, and those human beings have all of the actions that actually happen. Society cannot do things on its own, independent of the people who are doing things, right? The people who are doing things have to like do things. Like you can't just like the general social idea of the insurance industry can't actually do something. Eventually workers in the insurance industry have to do something. Eventually uh yeah, like eventually these things have to happen. And where is it? Eventually a person has to make these calls, and eventually a person has to act these things out. And so Weber kind of turns it around from the he kind of reverses it, and I think it's a really clever move. Um, I can talk. I would love to talk about stupidity and intelligence on stream at some point, um, and I'd love to have a guest speaker for it. To be honest, I'd love to possibly Ronan, um, because believe it or not, I don't think I'm intelligent. Like I've not encountered this. I do not see this in myself, but other people see it in me, and so it's very interesting to me. It's a very interesting concept to me, but people say it a lot, and I'm just like, it doesn't sound right. It sounds weird. Uh, but yes, so the insurance industry, as I was talking about before, or a factory, all of those things require that a person actually takes action. And kind of contra Marx, uh, this is the school of thought where what really matters is what are people thinking, what are people feeling when these things happen. How are people emotionally understanding these things? And so here's an example from The Protestant Work Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, which is actually a really good book and is really not that hard to read. I think it was a pretty easy book to read as these things go. So Calvinists, um, again, please let me know if any of these terms feel confusing, because I did this in a very breezy way. And if you're from a majority Catholic country, this all might be very confusing to you. Uh, so the Calvinists, which was a religious movement from the early modern period, believed that only certain people were chosen by God to go to heaven, that were the correct good people. This is called the doctrine of predestination. That because God is all powerful and all knowing, your actions don't actually matter. You can't actually act in a way that is more holy than another person. It's a very much a reversal of the Catholic approach to faith. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, that wasn't directed at just you. I know there are other people who might be from, Poland or, I mean, Hussein left, but Hussein's from Iraq, and I don't think it would be reasonable to expect him to know a lot about Calvinism. Uh, hmm. So, in the case of... So, Calvinism is this belief structure that, you know, it doesn't matter what you do in life. You go to heaven or you don't because of something that God chose about you before you were born. Because God is all powerful. God is all powerful and all knowing, so he already knows in advance. The part where I get confused as to where this belief came up, but it did at some point, that God would bless his chosen with material wealth in the here and now. That his chosen people would not just be blessed with the kingdom of heaven after death, they would be blessed with material wealth in the living world. They would be prosperous both before and after death. And so this means that if you're in a Calvinist community and you're poor, that's a sign... Yes, that's the thing. The American extreme version of that is called the prosperity gospel. Prosperity gospel is the very extreme, very American version of this. The Calvinists had a somewhat less extreme version of this. And the gist of it was really that, like, if you were poor, that was evidence that you had failed in some way, that, like, God didn't actually love you. And therefore you shouldn't be part of the community. Yeah, prosperity gospel is some shit. Prosperity gospel is some shit. Yeah, it's a... I grew up Catholic, so to me this is all insanity. I grew up Catholic and with, like, the Book of Job and stuff like that, and I'm just like, what the hell are these people on about? Like, I don't even... These people sound like Satanists to me. Like, this just sounds like Satanism. Like, not like actual living Satanism as in, like, the Satanic Temple. This sounds like the cartoon Satanism that, like, I was warned about growing up in the 80s and 90s. Like, it sounds like exactly anti-Christianity. It sounds wild to me. But they're Christians, and I'm not a Christian anymore, so who cares about my vote, right? I think I kind of gave up on having that vote. But yeah, so this meant that because if you were poor, yeah, that's very funny and very unfortunate. He had a very villainous face too. That's very funny and very unfortunate. I feel for the people who look like Disney villains. In no small part because of my hot take about how Disney villains are drawn. But yeah, the Calvinists hustled, like, because the Calvinists, you're technically Catholic but mostly atheist. Very old school commie family, yeah. Exactly what you're about to say here, is it? Yeah, it's true, and I might do another, if people like this, I might do a lecture on that specifically on religion and politics in the United States. I might want to get a guest on for that because I am from the Catholics. I am from the American Catholics, and so American Catholics are very powerful, but in a very different way than the Dominionists. The Dominionists are genuinely terrifying, uh, and I'm not from a Dominionist area. Um, hmm. Yeah, I wonder how many ways I can figure out to get myself demonetized. Uh, um, I would actually like to do a postmortem on this specific stream over on the Discord over the next couple days if people are willing to. I'd like to do a bit of a postmortem, uh, because this is a very experimental format for me, and I I'm enjoying it a lot. But I want to. It was also a lot of work. This was also a lot of work, uh, and so I want to know. But yeah, so the Calvinists hustled like crazy to prove that they were part of the chosen, because if you were a poor Calvinist, that was evidence that you weren't actually a real Calvinist. That you were actually dirty and forsaken, were going to go to hell. And so because individual Protestants, he was specifically concerned with German Protestants, right? Because individual German Protestants were obsessed with this idea of making sure that they were wealthy in order to like remain a part of their communities. This led to what this was the stereotype. This last sentence was the stereotype when Weber was alive. Was Protestants eat well, Catholics sleep well. That Protestants eat well. That the Protestants are hustling all day, every day to get more and more material wealth, and they can't rest. They can't relax. Uh, and the Catholics are doing the bare minimum to sustain their way of life, and then they spend the rest of their time with their families and at their church and being social and resting. But the Catholics are then vulnerable to. It is very similar. It is very similar. We have imported that. It is. Oh, you mean in Europe too? Yeah, in Europe too as well. Um, and I mean, it's probably something of a thing that there's probably a big tie-in here that the Protestants tended to be in the north in Germany. Austrians are Catholic, and Germans are, well, Austrians are Catholic, and Austrians were the lazier ones. And the Bavarians, the Bavarians are seen as are often seen as lazy Germans. Uh, yeah, versus the Italians, Greek sleep. And guess what religion the Italians are? That's what religion the Italians are. But he was talking specifically within the context of Germany. He was being fairly specific to Germany. Uh, and it's worth pointing out that I really just always feel like I have to point this out because people like this is the summary of his analysis, and people often read this and think that Max Weber was really pro the Protestant work ethic, that he thought the Protestants were more moral than the Catholics, because that's very common. That's a very common attitude in America and England, and I'm assuming in Germany as well, that like being industrious and hardworking is morally better than having control of your time and sleeping a lot and being well rested and healthy. Like, that is a stereotype. Weber doesn't hold that ethical stance. I really want to point this out. Weber does not hold that ethical stance. Weber is actually a incredibly pessimistic writer, which is probably a lot of why I like him, is that he's incredibly black-pilled. Like, the Protestant work ethic to him is bad. It is bad for Protestants. The Protestants are the victims of the Protestant work ethic. That the Protestants, if the Protestants were rational, reasonable humans who thought about their actual interests, they wouldn't work so goddamn hard. And he actually makes the point that what he closes out the book with is that his like final unit of analysis, which I haven't written down here, his more final unit of analysis is that this used to be an opt-in thing. It used to be opt-in. It used to be that you had the option of working really hard versus not. And what has happened is that because the Protestant work ethic got divorced from its religious roots, got divorced from it being a Calvinist subculture thing, and became a part of the spirit of capitalism, which is it's hustle culture. He is describing hustle culture. Because hustle culture metastasized and infected the rest of German culture like a cancer, it no longer being like a hustle culture sigma male who's going to have a heart attack at the age of 25 and doesn't have a single happy memory of your entire childhood. That's just what people are expected to do. That was his analysis, was that like industrial in the German Empire, under the industrialized German Empire, the minimum expectation for maintaining your life is what used to be the expectation for proving yourself to be an exceptionally hardworking individual. The floor has been cut out, that people have been sped up, and that everybody's miserable and stressed out now. That was his analysis. He was a very black-pilled guy. Like he's not describing the Protestant work ethic and the spirit of capitalism as a good thing that have made people wealthier and more prosperous and happier. He is describing it as, in his words, an iron cage. That's his metaphor for what the Protestant work ethic does to a motherfucker, is that it is an iron cage that has trapped people. Hell yeah. So, that's like what sociologists talk about. That's how sociologists think of themselves. So what the hell do we do? Like, what do we do? What do we do? I probably should have put this on the next page, this comic. But, so compared to a physics professor, or a chemistry professor, or a literature professor, a sociology professor does a lot of interviewing. What's the stereotype is here in Croatia too? Southerners are seen as lazy and That's actually really interesting, because what little I know about Balkan politics is that there's also a stereotype that when it was still Yugoslavia, the stereotype was that the Slovenians and the Croatians were all hardworking and industrious, and it was the Bosnians and the Kosovar who were all like lazy and unmotivated and not getting anything done. It was the southern Yugoslavians, and that this was a significant factor in why Croatia and Slovenia did not want to maintain Yugoslavia at the end of the Cold War. That was my understanding. My crude understanding was that that stereotype played a significant role in the breakup of Yugoslavia. I don't know how wrong I am on that one, so you can feel free to correct me if that was not a meaningful factor. But yeah, compared to an economist, well, actually, honestly, sociologists are very similar to economists, to be completely blunt. Because I work with a lot of economists now, and I am convinced that the economics discipline is in an incredibly sick place right now and is not a healthy organization. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That economics is not healthy as a discipline. I kind of view sociologists as the good economists. But yeah, economists spend a lot of time going on interviewing people. Surveys is a huge part of sociology. Oh my god. So survey construction is something sociologists love. I need to sharpen my knives on that one again, because I think that my knowledge on how to construct surveys is at the level where I know just enough to get myself in trouble. I think if I were worse at survey construction, I might actually be better at it. But also, yeah, okay. The summary that I was given was unsurprisingly by Western Marxists, and they really centered the fact that Croatia and Slovenia had most of the factories, and so from a Croatian and Slovenian perspective, they stood to be much more economically prosperous if they cut off the southern parts of Yugoslavia from their economic system. But this is, of course, these are people who are going to center making money as the center of all of their analysis. So, you know, I don't know enough about the ethnic cultural issues. The only person from the Balkans who I really knew was an Albanian girl, who I went to high school with. I've like met some Macedonians. I don't think I've met a single Bosnian. You might be the only Croatian I've ever met. I don't think I've ever met a single Bosnian, um, or Kosovar in my entire life. Oh, oh, not a lot of European immigrants around me. Hmm. But yeah, so this is what sociologists do, and I always really like this comic. Okay, okay, I can believe that. I can believe that. Um, I can believe that. So this is actual research on what professors actually do. Is 59% of their time is spent on teaching, less than 20% on research, more than 20% on service. And service is going to cover a lot of things. Service is going to be stuff like not just office hours, though I would usually count that as teaching. They're going to count that as like administrative tasks, meeting with other professors, maintaining the university. It's I am actually honestly confused. I am sincerely confused as to what the hell the average university administrator actually fucking does. I know what the administrative secretaries do, and they hold the whole thing together. But education costs in the US have been ballooning in order to pay for the wages of more and more administrators, and I genuinely do not know what they're contributing. Like, I can listen to what they say they're contributing, but I don't have any evidence in front of me that what they're doing is a value add. Like, I'm not convinced that most of the administration of universities is successful at accomplishing its tasks. Except in the case of Harvard, where I did say that Harvard is an extremely well-regarded school, and it does produce a lot of very good scholars and a lot of Nobel Prizes. Even with all of that, even with Harvard being the biggest dog in academia, Harvard is functionally an investment bank that happens to have a educational institute stapled onto it for tax purposes. Really, they're a hedge fund. They are really a hedge fund. The rest of it's kind of whatever. Anyway, what do they have similar to other professors? What do they have similar to other professors? Teaching is the big one. Strictly speaking, I was only ever actually paid for teaching. In terms of being a professor. When I got paid for doing research, it was actually in a different role. I was never my pay scale as a professor was described entirely in terms of the classes I taught. There was never any payouts that were directly related to anything I did other than teaching. Everything else was functionally unpaid. And then there is begging, pleading, sweating, bleeding, scheming, thieving, skullduggery, sacrificing, rituals, dark magic, violence, conspiracies, everything under the sun for grants. Grants. That is, in terms of what actually occupies the minds of academics, it's grants. In terms of what universities view as the real thing that they want their professors doing. I know I had this one up here where they say they want them doing 175% of their time on research. They care about the research because the research leads to grants. They want grants. They want a successful professor from a university's perspective is a professor who brings in grant funding. That's a successful professor, is one who brings in grants. At a healthy university. There are unhealthy universities that use even worse metrics than grants. But applying for grants is an enormous percentage of your time as a professor. It is an incredible time sink. It is all of your attention is, all of your heart is, all of your soul is grants. Grants, 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 grants. And the pay rate for applying for grants is awful. I groom dogs. That's what I did instead. I groomed dogs. I worked at a dog groomer. I should not say I groomed dogs because that makes it sound like I was doing. I was not allowed to use the scissors. I would hold dogs. Well, a groomer gave a dog a haircut, and the dog would bite me instead of the dog groomer. This was much better. I got paid more per hour grooming dogs than I did teaching. I got paid, and teaching was better pay per hour than grant applications. I qualified as a pretty prosperous professor in no small part because I held down part-time jobs. This is one of the dogs that I worked with. Her name was Sweetie. I hope she's still alive, but it was over 10 years ago, so I would not be surprised if she has since passed away. But she was very nice. I like Sweetie. She was a good girl. One of 80 million poodle mixes that we had of various kinds. God, Americans love poodle mixes. Really fucking love poodle mixes over here. But yeah, it's grants, is the lifeblood of academia. They're wild. It's an insane, wild world. Academics will throw out every other principle they have in the quest for grants. It's bad. It's a bad time. It's a bad frigging time. Grants. So, a bit of an abrupt end here. If people want to ask me more questions, but this is my basic gist of everything I was saying. Read books by sociologists. Don't become a sociologist. Don't frigging become a sociologist. Don't frigging become a sociologist. Once I accounted for all of the service and research time I was doing, my job as a professor was below minimum wage. Don't frigging become an academic. Don't frigging do it. Getting bit by dogs was a better job. Don't frigging do it. I didn't get to include it here. Let's see if I can edit this live without disrupting things too much. Oh no, that shuts it down. That shuts it down completely. So I guess I got a slideshow. Oh, whoops. That's not the slide I want to be on at all. What? What the heck? Yes, exactly, Watch Doge. Exactly. Don't do academia. Don't do academia. Getting bit by dogs wasn't even a bad job. I've held like 20 jobs. That wasn't even a bad job. I'm going to talk about some books I'm going to talk about some... So, to talk a little bit about... I'm going to talk about some books I like. Some sociology books I like if you want to read more. Some old sociology books. Some very old sociology books. These are like 1900 and earlier type sociology books. The Protestant Work Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism by Weber. Yeah, you shouldn't want to. It's a bad career field. It's a bad career field. If you want to know more about why it's a bad career field, Brett Devereaux is a historian and he talks about it a lot. He's actually, I think he's shockingly positive. Other historians I talk to think that Brett Devereaux is excessively optimistic, and he thinks he's super black-pilled. Like, he's super pessimistic. He's like, this is horrible. He's a historian. He's like, history as a discipline is dying. It is dying because historians don't care about history and aren't fighting for history. And there's going to not be history departments at some point in the future if we don't do something about this. And he's considered an optimist because most historians think that it's not even worth saving. They're like, if you currently are a historian, you may as well stick to it, but you should tell every single one of your students to not become a historian. That seems to be the general stance among historians in the US. Is like a history degree is valuable, being a historian is not. But yeah, in terms of very old books, Oh, and the best book about being a professor is The Professor is In. The Professor is In is incredible. The Professor is In is a book about leaving academia. It is a book by an anthropologist. I always forget her name, um, who quit academia to become a career counselor, and it's her like summary of her career counseling wisdom, having helped people quit academia and get jobs in other fields. It's genuinely a really good book, and I honestly recommend it not just for academic career counseling, but for all career counseling. I used to be a career counselor, and it was a very helpful book to me, even when talking to people who haven't done academia, because one of the things that she really talks about a lot is that you probably don't know your own strengths. People who get used to knowing their own strengths forget that they have them. They forget that they have their own strengths. They forget about them, and they don't market them. They don't sell themselves on the spirit of their own strengths. And like academics often do not realize that writing a PhD is actually impressive. To people who are not in academia, a PhD thesis is really impressive because it's not because like they understand what goes into a thesis. You should assume that they don't know what goes into a thesis, in fact. But because a thesis is a multi-year long self-directed project. And that's really impressive. Doing a multi-year long self-directed project is something that corporations really find impressive. And academics forget that that is impressive to people outside of academia, even though everybody in academia is used to it. Anyway, very old sociology. I already talked about the Protestant work ethic and the spirit of capitalism. Book rules. Book rules. Weber's great. I did not talk about W.E.B. Du Bois, and yes, I am pronouncing that correctly. I am sorry, French speakers, he pronounces it Du Bois. Deal with it. That's him. W.E.B. Du Bois. W.E.B. Du Bois is an absolute king. I didn't talk about him because I didn't feel prepared, bluntly. I would have to re-look over... Yep. I mean, maybe Harry Dubois pronounces it Dubois, but W.E.B. Du Bois, yeah, distant relative of John Bois, same brain cell, Watch Doge. W.E.B. Du Bois is not Harry Dubois. He is a very different figure. W.E.B. Du Bois is an incredibly... he's such a titan that I don't know like what I could do to summarize his work. He was a black sociologist from Atlanta in the 19th century, and I don't really know how to put his work into a simple summary. I just don't know how to do it. I remember going even before academic year started in my last master's year. I was like, last year was really good to me, but I still feel like I hadn't fully fulfilled it. To the professor, I wanted to maybe like have my mentor, and she was like, a bunch of people would be super happy to discuss this with me now. Ah, yeah. She got condescending about it. Yeah, yeah. That's frustrating. Um, yeah, I don't know how to summarize Du Bois in any succinct, meaningful fashion. He's he's a titan. His he had incredible effect on not just as an academic. Oh, okay, she meant it very nicely. Yeah, okay. I always hear you should be happy in like a really mean way. That's always one of those things that like I always get like really. That's one of those ones that like is hard for me to parse in like a nice way. Uh, because I grew up with horrifying depression, so people were usually dicks to me about it. Uh, yeah, Du Bois had not just incredible influence in academia, but incredible influence in American society in general. Uh, a large percentage of black culture wouldn't exist without Du Bois, and that is to say a large percentage of American culture would not exist without Du Bois, and therefore a large percentage of world culture. because we have outsized influence on the world stage, and I'm sorry about that. I apologize, Europeans, for the fact that we are stepping on your toes all the time. uh, these old sociology books, I believe it's 57, and I believe these are both from the 50s, maybe the 60s. C. Wright Mills died in 1962, so it can't be that much later. Um, Carl Polanyi wrote The Great Transformation, and Polanyi is. I love Polanyi. I love Polanyi. He is one of my favorites in economics. The Great Transformation is a book about the ways in which markets as a logic, the logic of running things via the markets, uh, came to fruition in Europe. Not in Europe specifically, but in England specifically. Uh, in England, markets used to be a thing that you went to. You used to go to the market, and it was a thing that would be held like once a month or once a week, um, or once every 6 months if it was a really important market. And it was a thing that you did on a specific time in a specific limited fashion. And by the time he was writing, the market was an ever-present atmosphere that English people and Americans lived inside the market like a fish lives in water. It was a transformation of the Anglo person from a land-based animal that occasionally went into the water to a fish. And he talks about that and how that happens. Um, The Power Elite is a very useful book by Mills. It's not actually his most famous book, but I can't remember enough about what specifically he said in his more famous book to recommend it here. Um, but The Power Elite is about it's about American culture and about the connections that exist between military officials and arms manufacturers and politicians, and how this group is actually pretty insular. You actually probably all understand this concept, to be honest. You actually probably all understand this concept, but he's the guy who actually wrote about it. He's the guy who wrote the actual sociology of this thing that I think all of us kind of understand at some kind of basic intuitive level. He's the one who made the formal version of it, of like, yeah, it's very good. It's very good. Mills is a pretty accessible writer. Um, and he did a whole thing about like, so how do we like, how do these groups interact with each other, and like how do they know each other, right? Like and he talks about it's not just that they're all powerful, it's they go to the same schools, they marry each other. Like, these people marry each other, they go to the same schools, they go to the same churches. They're living in a life that's very isolated from the broader American public, and how these people connect to each other, and what this kind of means in a lot of ways. He doesn't. I think about this a lot in terms of like elections, to be honest. I do think about this in terms of elections. Something I normally hate talking about and thinking about is American elections. I normally find it very boring, but I do think it is kind of interesting to the part where the people who are even allowed to stand for an election in the first place is already a very limited community. Most of us are just simply completely forbidden. Not formally, but informally forbidden from ever going for election, from ever going for elected office. And when people do break through it, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez did a few years ago, it is a scandal. When our elections work in the way that elections are supposed to work on paper, it's a scandal. And that's genuinely interesting. That's genuinely interesting. And these last three are from the 80s onward. I didn't grab anything from the last 10 years because I'm out of date and I couldn't remember any off the top of my head that weren't actually more anthropological works. I've been reading more anthropology lately. Imagine Communities by Benedict Anderson is it rules. Imagine Communities is about nationalism, actually. It sounds like Imagine Communities is about, from at first blush, it sounds like it's going to be about like utopian communes or like cults or like very small groups. But he he's expanding the concept of imagining that you are a part of a bigger group to the level of the entire nation. And that's actually very important, that like there are 330 million something Americans, right? There are 330 million of my countrymen. I am an extremely extroverted person. I am a wildly extroverted person. I have met thousands and thousands of people. I've met, unless I was something like a professional missionary or something like that, I've met on the high end of the number of people a person meets in their lifetime, and I'm not even middle. I'm only in my middle age. That's not even 1% of the Americans. That's not even 1/1000th of the American people. I don't know the other Americans. I don't know these people. I don't know the people in my city. I live in a city of 12 million people. I don't know them. That's insane to expect me to know them, but I still conceive of myself as a New Yorker and as an American. I still act as if I know all these people. And as if I have something in common with them, even though it's not really there. And yeah, I think it's an incredibly powerful work about how that happens and how these communities exist and how all of this led to the rise of nationalism and leads to the modern world order. William Julius Wilson wrote The Truly Disadvantaged, was a very influential book for how I thought about my job in the social services, and honestly was probably a non-trivial part of why I quit. For better or for worse. The Truly Disadvantaged, William Julius Wilson writes a lot about black poverty and what the underclass is. What the underclass is and what the underclass does. And why does America even have an underclass? Why would America even bother having an underclass? If America is so obsessed with this notion of productivity and white supremacy and blah, 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 what is it even doing having this underclass? And he talks about it, and it's a trip. It's a trip. It's a real... I've talked a little bit about it on stream before, but it's a real trip, and it's a real, often heartbreaking way to see the world, to reframe the relationship between wealth and class and dignity and pariahs and helpers and charity in the way that he does, where it's all part of this vast self-sustaining apparatus that doesn't just advantage the super wealthy. That many of the people who benefit from the existence of the underclass are actually quite poor themselves. It's pretty brutal. And I cannot really, in good faith, give a reading list of nonfiction without mentioning bell hooks. Bell hooks is incredible. Bell hooks is one of the most influential writers. She passed away recently, and it's a tragedy. We all lost a lot with the passing of bell hooks. I also had to include a feminist in here. From Margin to Center is about the ways in which feminism went from a kind of fringe outsider ideology to something that's so normal to Americans that a lot of things that qualified as pretty radical feminism even 30 years ago are now just seen as basic professionalism. Like basic conservative, by-the-books professionalism nowadays is stuff that would have been seen as radical feminism when she was young. And it's a really... Bell hooks just rules. I don't know what else to say. Bell hooks is incredible. Has made me rethink many things about my life. I probably should put All About Love here, because that's the one I'm thinking about way more often. All About Love is incredibly important to me. I think you should all read bell hooks. Everyone should read bell hooks. Bell hooks is incredible. She's incredibly accessible. Of the writers here, she's definitely the most skilled writer. She's absolutely the most skilled writer out of the authors that I've listed here. I probably would have talked more about feminism in this, but I think feminism is a big enough and complicated enough topic that one, I would want to do a dedicated stream to it. Two, knowing gamers, I would probably want to do it in follower-only chat. I'd probably want to limit us to follower chat. Because gamers. Because gamers. Yeah. That was part of the reason why I didn't approach it more seriously. I also wanted to start... This is a new format for me, and I wanted to try out something that... I wanted to try out something that fits... That was like a little bit lower hanging fruit to me. Yeah, gamers derogatory, yeah. Gamers don't have rights and they don't deserve them. I am Almantas VT and I endorse this message. But yes, this is what I was planning for this stream. Okay, this was an easy choice. This was an easy choice. This was an easy choice. We are going to raid.
Buy me for you.
Oh, sorry.
Only you and I will have one.
We are going to raid Derulian, because she is doing a subathon. It's her first day of her their subathon. It's the first day of their subathon. Derulian's great. Derulian rules. Is the first day of their subathon. We are going to go say hi to Derulian. That's my raid message. It's follower only because I haven't set up. I would like, if you haven't joined my Discord, my little Discord over there, I would like to do a post-mortem on this. Over the next couple of days, because I want to know like how this worked for people, how people felt about it, because I am insecure like that. I think this was good. I had a good time, but I would like to know how people felt about it, and if you have criticism, feel free to DM me. If you have suggestions, feel free to DM me. But yes, Derulian's great. They're doing a subathon. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for coming. I had a wonderful time. This was a lot of work. But yes, please let me know how you felt about it, and yeah, absolutely. I had a great time. I had a great time. But yes, it is time for me to leave and go have a shower. And everybody have a good night. Thank you all for being here. I can't believe I yapped for almost 4 hours straight. Yeah, let's go. That's the follower raid message. You don't need to be subscribed for any of that. Yep. Oh.
The little gold